Let's get this done. Audio check here. Okay. That's a little loud. That should be good. All right. Let's log in the Discord. Oh, actually, before we start, Brainoid has some new music. Okay. Okay. Okay, I like that. Let me listen to the other one again and see what I like. That's tough. Okay, interesting. So this one I like for being like more ambiance sort of thing. It's kind of like a vibe. This one, let me. This one sounds like more melodic, like something that you could hum along to. Whereas the one before this was a little bit more freeform, especially near like the ends, which I feel like makes it a lot more atmospheric. So it just is going to depend on if we want atmospheric or melodic. I'll have to posit this one to the Ruds. See what they think. Let's just download that. And then we'll get these both sent off to the Ruds. I don't know if I can make a decision. I'm a big fan of Pink Floyd in general, so I do like the guitar solo at the end of the first one. That's kind of my vibe. But it's less important what I think is my vibe and what the vibe of the game should be. So let's send this off to the Ruds, see what they think. Actually, I'll do it once they once they get on. Let's pull up our to-do list here. Not this one. This one. What was that? So sound effects, the evolving audio, chapter triggers. I think we can do the chapter triggers kind of easily if we separate each chapter by like a water wall, you know? It's almost like kind of like a checkpoint. We would just have to support, well, I think a bonus would be supporting like the music fading back down to its lower level if they decide to go all the way back down. But I think the cooler thing, or at least the more important thing, will be when they go up, the music evolves and it displays like a chapter name and stuff like that. Yeah, so there'll be that. Collectibles timer. Okay, so I want to spend like an hour just trying to conserve momentum. I think I was in a foggy brain space when I was trying to do that last time, but I think I know how to do it now. So let's pull up the player controller. An entire hour? I know! I only have like what? Hang on. Where's my LD Jam? I only have 32 hours left. Oh. Granted, 6 of those will probably be sleeping, so I might have like what? Oh Jesus, 36 hours or 26 hours left. Okay. I hate these functions. I was hating them when I wrote them. They are an absolute imparsible mess. But that's what we have to work with. Okay. So we will have a Okay, so the important thing is, hang on, is making sure that we have the velocity of what our velocity was when we were last underwater. I don't have the OBS previews up during dev stream, so I have no idea what those ever look like. Hi, Gorley. Oh, you did well. Let me see. I was raising both of my arms there. Oh, it was probably printing, yeah, left to right. That's great. Origin by velocity. Actually, we might not even need this. We will. And cap the max velocity here. This is where we want this. So if the velocity is greater than the max unmerged velocity, then we'll also need a coroutine to keep track of this shit. What happens if you name your game Unity Crash Handler 64? It probably breaks, mate, I would guess. Do you want to go ahead and test that out, Book? All right. That'd be a fun game. How's it going, Integer Man? Thank you for the follow, my guy. We'll get to that coroutine later. Decelerate from breach. So this will basically be what we'll want is... Unfortunately, I haven't played Unity Crash Handler 63, so I don't forget the whole story. I mean, you can skip 63. Really, the important ones are like 2, 6, 8, and 14. Depending on who you ask, 23 is pretty critical, but I mean, they haven't put out a good Unity Crash Handler since like 25, in my opinion. So while... Well, hang on. First, we'll want these nice convenient things. Object is submerged is equal to false, and Okay, so hang on. Vector 3. Okay. So that's going to be the max speed that we send there. Actually, we could just set this here. Okay. So we got that, and then we're going to need to reset it. It is submerged. No, I guess it is fully submerged. Is what we want for that. Get them J-Coons, Rook. Okay, so if it hasn't breached this frame, then we just go to this. But if it has, then we do the deceleration code routine. Okay. I think this works. Actually, no, we'll do deceleration per frame is equal to 1 over this dot deceleration time to decelerate times time dot fix delta time. Okay. And so we're changing max deceleration velocity. Is greater than. Okay. And then from here, we set s dot max decelerating velocity equal to Max unsubmerged velocity. Deceleration coroutine is equal to null. All right. And then here we do. Good Ludum Dare Sunday. How you doing, Dr. Javasaurus? Have you been around this weekend? Are you jamming? Doing great. Hell yeah. I did. Nice. Shortest dev cycle ever for a jam. Were you able to submit it for compo? Okay, there we go. 12 hours. God damn. Congrats. That is not what we'll be submitting in time for. Using primitives and particle systems. Hey, that's how I did compos back in the day. I couldn't do art, but I could do particles and primitives and change their colors and shit. Alright, so we decelerate the X, and if it ever touches the water, we set it back to the default thing, and then set the coroutine and all. Okay. Just add camera shake and crunchy 16-bit sound effects. Dude, camera shake makes such a difference. It makes such a difference. Okay, hang on. So if it reached this frame, so hang on, let me double check here to make sure that I'm not going to be like not starting a coroutine when I should. So when it submerges, we end the coroutine, set it to null, so that next time it breaches, it does its thing. So we're stopping our own coroutine essentially. This could work. Okay. Why do I have a... What is this YouTube link? Oh wow, that's been in there for a while. Alright, so I'm going to want to check this just to see... Oh, wait, hang on. No, this isn't going to work because I'm doing this here. So let's... Math F, absolute value. Boink. And then... Oh, wait a minute. If the current velocity is greater than 0, then we set it to this. If the current velocity is less than 0, then we set it to this. Okay. So we actually just want to set the max to the positives here. Okay. So that's probably where we were fucking up. There we go. And then we don't need to have the math absolute value here. Max decelerating velocity, yes. Okay, okay. That's where we were getting confused. What up, bad cop? How you doing? Okay, so okay. Let's see if we can test this. Want to see the Minecraft movie when you're done coding? I do not. I don't see most movies in general. And for obvious reasons, the Minecraft movie doesn't particularly appeal to me. Sorry. Oh, we're setting it to 0 all the time. That's not good. Why? Why is it getting set to 0? Oh, right. We'll just do this in a wake here. Ah, ah. Okay. Hey, okay. Wait, hang on. That was looking pretty good. So we breach here. Up to 15.32. And then we go all the way down to 7. Oh, no, it just donks right at 7. That's weird. Is this even right? So in 0.5 seconds, that's 25 frames. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25. Oh, yeah, it's not decelerating that fast. Hang on. Time to decelerate is half a second. Okay. Shit. Do this and oh. So we breach here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, it's not decelerating fast enough. Oh, actually, it's not 1 minus or divided by time to decelerate. It's this. Max decelerating velocity dot x minus max unsubmerged velocity dot x. There we go. It's the difference between these two divided by time to decelerate times time to fixed delta time. This makes more sense. I always mix that up. Oh. Oops, fuck. Oh. All right, we breach here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Aha, okay. That's actually working. At least I think it's working. I go. Let me just make sure that my favorite skip isn't borked. Oh. Ah. Oh no, I'm rusty. Let's get up here. Does it feel weird now? Yes, I think it does because it's like... Oh? Hang on. I need to try this out in full screen, see if it's feeling janky or not. Oof. Oh wait, shit. Did I miss something here? Yes. This is what we want to change. There we go. Just change the conditional of what we're checking here. All right, I think we can get rid of these. Yeah, because something was feeling hinky every time I breached out of the top of some of those platforms. Something still feels odd. I wonder if I were to do this in update instead. Cap max velocity. That seems bad. Well, let's see. No, it's still the same. You get like a weird jitter. So I think it's getting hit by something here.
Assault.
Ah!
Ah!
You are being assaulted.
Yay.
Finally.
How you doing?
Good, good. Brainoid sent us another track.
Oh
My
shit.
goodness.
Um,
Brain.
I might need to get y'all's opinions because it's a different track. It's not like an extra layer or anything. It's a different track that he sort of made, and we'll probably want to make a judgment call on which sort of
Oh, like it's a different direction.
yeah. So he can
Okay,
layer it.
interesting.
He can layer it if we like it.
Okay. You want us to parsec for this, or
No, I can just share them once
share
I
the file?
fucking find where Discord downloads shit.
Damn it, Discord. Why are you so stupid?
Where the fuck is it download shit?
It doesn't just put it in your downloads folder.
I don't see it there.
It has like a special like in your program files, Discord, cache, temp.
What the fuck?
I don't like this last message from Rook. Seems very insensitive.
Ugh. Give me them
Guns.
Oof. Oof. You don't want
Woo.
to.
I don't wanna gimme them.
Fuck it. I'm just gonna download it again and then click the thing. It says like, hey, download completed. Open folder location.
And I would like to find that folder location.
Yes, please. Oh, here it is. Okay. So for God damn it, brain. Yes, we're doing parsec. He used Nitro to upload these things, so I can't upload them to Discord.
What? Nitro?
Yeah, so he can upload like 30 megabyte files, and I can't.
Oh.
Damn.
We should just all get Nitro.
You want to pay a monthly subscription for Nitro?
No.
There you go.
No.
All right, let me turn this off real quick. Okay. So, as a reminder, we'll listen through the first one first again.
Okay.
This will be like the full layered thing, and I think what he sent here would be the full layer for the other one as well.
Okay.
I'll give my opinions once you've heard both.
Dun, 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 dun. It's got some like Super Metroid sound to it.
Yeah.
All that climb.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I forgot that Risk of Rain ass shit, man.
It's so Risk of Rain. It's
Yeah, okay, I hear the Pink Floyd.
Yeah. So that's the full version of
Okay.
that.
Yes.
And then this morning said I made another track, more dark, more sci-fi, bass line similar to Stranger Things, and a little bit, but most sci-fi tunes use that line. If you think this fits better, he can layer this too. So
Okay.
this is Stranger Waters.
Very Stranger Things.
Mm-hmm. Pierre's boogieing.
Boogie with it.
Those little pewy alien sounding noises.
Yeah.
All right, thoughts.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's super nice. I do think that it almost implies more that there's like a threat around.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I mind it.
I can see
Like
that.
it's slightly more like menacing, like not in like this like overly like evil way, but
Yeah.
it has the tone that like there could be enemies around, you know?
Yeah.
Versus the other one, which I think is slightly more like cheerful.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind. I think it really is just like a tone choice, but it's obviously like it
Yeah.
sounds really
That's kind of
interesting.
the way that I see it too, is that the first one sounds a lot more like ambient and atmospheric, whereas I think the second one is a bit more like melodical, like it's almost something you could like hum along to,
Yeah.
you know?
Hmm.
And those are two like, different vibes.
Yeah, like
Um,
how forward do you want the music to be, kind of?
yeah. Yeah. So do y'all have a preference?
Oh man. I think they both actually like can even live in the same world.
Mm.
It's just like I
Like
wouldn't I
one of them
wouldn't
can be a
discard
title
either of
screen
them.
menu,
Yeah, I wouldn't
you know?
discard either of them.
Yeah.
Stranger Waters title sequence, and then underwater sci-fi layer for gameplay. I don't know.
I personally like the underwater sci-fi layer for like the gameplay stuff.
Hmm.
Because I think it just kind of fits the atmosphere a bit
Yeah,
more. Um,
it's a little more mysterious, I guess.
yeah, yeah, and I'm a fan of that little Risk of Rain riff too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
I can just imagine fading into that, and then a guitar just starts piercing through in like the final stages of the level and shit.
Oh,
Holy shit.
oh.
I'm
Yeah, you want people to do that thing where they like, furrow their brow and like
Ooh, the stanky face.
make kissy lips, like ooh.
Yeah. Hmm. But
Yeah,
I
I
was
think
thinking.
I agree with that.
Hmm. So, but I think I just have a preference to that style of music. So I wanted to float it by you guys in case like you thought differently. I didn't want it to. I want it to fit what fits the vibe of the game, not just
Yeah.
my vibe. You know.
No, I think you're on the same page as I am.
Mm,
I like this new track, but I want there to be like enemies now when I kind of hear it because it is like driving
yeah.
more than just atmosphere. It's like driving interactions happening. There's something about it because it feels so forward.
Yeah. No, I feel that. Steven, what are you thinking?
I think I agree. I really like the Stranger Waters. I think it's
Yeah,
sick.
it's good. I
Um,
like it.
but yeah, as I was listening to it, I was imagining like more action, I guess. And our
Uh-huh.
game
Yes.
doesn't really have that much action. Yeah, like you can move fast and stuff, but
Yeah.
um, I think I like the more ambient
Mm-hmm.
music
Yeah.
a little bit more. And then yeah, Stranger Waters for title screen.
I would
Would be
not
sick.
mind using that for title screen for sure. I feel like there was something else. No, that's about it. Okay, I'll hit him with the feedback then. I'll kind of say what our thoughts are on Stranger Waters in case he wants to do anything differently.
hmm
But they'll also tell him like we're more than happy to use this for the title screen for sure because we love it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I want to use it.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I might even use it for the cutscenes that I'm planning.
Uh oh.
Cutscenes.
Well,
Where were you
simple,
thinking of
very,
putting
very, very,
cutscenes?
very, very simple. Like if we can put one basically just to introduce like the scenario that you're in, I think just kind of like
Uh-huh.
you are a crashed submarine at the bottom of this like mysterious ocean.
Mm-hmm.
It's more just so that like you don't go in cold. I don't want that to be like a distraction of like, what is this game? What am I doing? What's happening?
Sure.
It usually with cutscenes, it just usually helps just to explain
Yeah.
what is going on, so you're not thinking that, and you can immediately focus on what you're going to do next.
Sure. Yeah.
At least in the games that we made in the past, it seems like it helps people ask less questions, and I
It
like
does.
that.
Yeah. I can't imagine Sandwich without a cutscene. Just going in cold.
It needs something to kind of like prepare you for what the gameplay might be like.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. No, that sounds awesome. If you have the time and the stamina for it.
Well, it's just a matter of like I'm really trying to get the character animations to you soon, and I might do like a quote unquote like previs version that you can already like test out and put in there, or maybe I don't know if Steven like wants to do that, but
Mm.
like maybe they're kind of unshaded because I'm still not exactly certain of the level of detail for the character to feel right in the scene.
Gotcha.
So I might do like a version like faster where they don't have like shading on them, but we can get a sense for like how it looks in there, and then I can do like another pass at it after or something like that.
Oh,
But
sure.
once character stuff is out of the way, then it's environment like background things,
Mm-hmm.
which is all mostly ambient. And then if I get those out of the way, then I can do cutscenes and then UI on Monday.
Okay. Sure. Sounds good. If we still wanted to do little chapter titles and things like that,
Yes.
I had an idea where we can basically separate the chapters by like a small wall of water, so it's almost kind of like a little checkpoint sort of thing, and as you're going up it shows like the next layer or something like that.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. I
And
like that.
and that'll also be like a way to sort of prevent like a
Trigger.
getting over it. Well, yeah, it'll be an easy trigger, but also it'll prevent like a getting over it vibe
Oh.
because they'll have like a solid place to fall
Yeah,
back to
a
if they ever
pretty
fall
big
down.
safety net.
And then
Yeah.
then that is technically like individual levels
Yeah.
in a way, but without like you saw it go through. It's like a continuous thing
Right.
still.
Right. So, thank
That's
you.
cool.
You beat me to it.
I got him.
But I wanted to go to Streamboo.
You could go to Streamboo,
Oh, what?
give him your credit card information and the 3 funny digits on the back.
What are those crazy digits doing?
Nah, they're probably meaningless. Just go for 'em.
So, yeah.
I like that idea.
Cool. And then at that point, I'll if I have time, I'll add the little bonus functionality of reverting the music back to its lower state if they decide to just like force their way back down.
Yeah.
But
We'll make it thick enough that they can still just get the maximum jump
yeah,
from that bottom layer.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
But you can still hold down and just go right.
You could just go all the way back down to the bottom if you wanted to.
Yeah.
If you really wanted to.
So if you really wanted to, which is why like I'll add it to the list of things to potentially do, but it's not going to be like the most important thing on my list. Depending on how I write the trigger logic, I'll see if I can support that.
Yeah, understandable.
So,
is it would we like get to have like a little animated or even just like a fade in, fade
yes,
out?
that would
name of the layer. Okay,
that would make it really easy to do if we had that little box thing that you just like zoom up. Yeah. because that way, like, basically once they hit that barrier, we can already guarantee that they're moving up to the next layer. So it's not like they'll hit the barrier and not quite make it, and then
Oh, and
it'll
then
show the title. It's be like,
flicker.
oh, sort of thing.
Yeah.
How long do you imagine each of these layers being?
That's a good question. It just depends on how long we expect the game to last. How long did Pop Shove? It's
Pop
kind
Shove
of a
it?
tough.
It's hard to
It's
gauge that.
hard.
If you were good, if you were really good and you
Good,
kind of
you can
went
make it there,
straight to
like-
the end, maybe
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
couple minutes.
I would say
If you want
this
to
is
do
going
all
to
the-
be slightly longer. It'll be hard to tell because we don't know how long it'll take people to do certain like little platforming segment things.
Right.
I would guess that the game would be anywhere between like 5 to 10 minutes. Like it's going to be a pretty widespread thing.
Yeah, I think like a pro, like a Nick, I think could knock this game out. Like if it's like
In like 2 minutes.
completely optimized. I
Yeah.
think 2 minutes of like consistent
Of
Imagine-
like pro play.
yeah.
Right. It's like the test level, like the length that you have now. If there's multiple levels of that,
Yeah. I think if we had like 5
Hmm.
layers of that would be fine. Wait, how many do we have here? We have 8 fucking tracks on this. I don't
I
think
want 8 levels.
I don't think we need 8
mean-
levels.
Wait, how many layers of the ocean are there?
I mean, it could be 8 layers, but it's just a matter of like how then how long are each layer going to be? Like,
Yeah. I would like each layer to feel kind of significant, you know.
Right. I don't want to just like be able to get up there immediately. Like, I don't want them to be like one screen layers or anything like that.
No.
Honestly.
There are 5 main layers of the ocean. Epipelagic, Mesopelagic, whatever things, and the
We can call them
Hadal
the
zone.
sunlight zone, twilight zone. Like those names are cool.
Yeah.
And the Hidalgo zone.
Sunlight zone, twilight zone, midnight zone, abyssal zone, and the Hadal zone.
Hidalgo zone.
And we can also do the scientific names if we want to.
Yeah.
Abyssal
Yeah, I like-
Pelagic.
I like the feeling of like the zone
Pelagic.
names. I like
Yeah.
that idea. So we could do 5 levels, but if there's 8 layers of the track.
I mean, I can just pick
You could
5
just-
of those tracks. They're all the same track with different like.
I mean, you just
Instruments
ask Brain
layered
like,
up.
hey,
I
make
see.
5 layers instead of 8. And he
Yeah, would that
do too.
change like where he's layering things in?
Because he might want to put things like in different
Sure,
places.
sure,
if you
yeah.
ask him that.
Yeah, I'll see.
Does that work where those tracks are always playing like they like from the level start or whatever? They all
Yep.
on each level start playing at the same time, and then it just fades in between them.
Yep, that's exactly how Sandwich worked.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's cool.
and that's how Jive Train works too.
Dive, baby.
Okay. Cool. Oh God.
Oh, don't
I'm
like
assuming
that.
that was Roka. Yeah. Hi, Roka.
Whenever I turn the fan on in my bathroom, like the little motor makes a little squeak sound, and it sounds just
Oh,
like that right
God.
before it goes off.
Jesus.
It's like identical to that, and it always gets me. It's like, hide your butt.
Don't let it touch your butt.
It wants to touch your butt.
I'm
Don't-
coming. I'm coming for that butt.
Don't let it
I'll let
touch
you get that
your
butt.
butt.
Jared, is there anything currently that would prevent me from just like starting to set up level with my objects? Something that you
Um,
haven't added yet.
I am
If I just
going to.
duplicated yours.
Yeah. Oh, if you duplicated mine, I'm gonna
And it
test.
just delete all your shit.
I'm gonna test a little bit this
Go.
momentum thing that I did. Make sure it's working okay.
Okay.
I think there's one tiny little bug with it, but once that's done, I would say the movements will be good to go for you to be able to judge how far to
Based off of
place
that,
things. Yeah, because this momentum conservation could
change that.
change how we set up levels.
All right.
As a sort of baseline though, for now, something to keep in mind when you make levels is that the player's max jump height, as in like how like if they go all the way down and then come back up with max velocity. The highest they can go is going to be about 2 meters. I think each of these squares is a meter. So that's about as high as they'll be able to reach. And then horizontally, they can reach about, without any sort of like momentum from the wall or anything, about 4 meters horizontally.
Okay.
So that'll give you a good idea of like how to space things out. But then if you take into account like wall jumping and things like that, or like this sort of thing where they can like shoot out of a cannon and stuff, you can maybe make things a bit further, but you'll have to, guess and check and test those things.
Yeah, that sort of stuff is going to be just like alternate paths, I think.
Yeah.
Keeping the main way to get up reasonable.
Yeah.
Do. And then if you want to go faster, then you can do the little more trickier things.
Yep. Cool. And then this better be at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good.
Gross.
I almost want to add like a cheat code to the title screen so that when you type in that thing, it just like it slowly fades in with like fireworks. It's like, yeah, and then it goes back to the main menu.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Or maybe I make a separate alternative cutscene at the end of her being inflated.
Dude, then we'd have to charge for this. We'd be leaving money on the table.
And that is true. That's we're giving it away for free.
Unless you're a part of that fetish, you don't draw fetish porn for free. You just don't.
That's
You're leaving money on the table.
This is a business. This is a business.
We must treat it as such.
Be professional.
Holy shit, Roka's on a 25 stream streak. God damn.
25 stream.
Old enough to rent a car.
You have to be 25 to rent a car.
Yeah.
Not 21.
25. Yeah.
Why?
It's the lamest like birthday milestone, and it's like the last one too.
No, the last birthday milestone is when you turn 26 and you're automatically taking off your parents' insurance if you don't have your own.
That's the big one. That's the big one.
That is the worst one. Yeah.
Oops, looks like I'm dead.
Uh-oh.
Oops, all medical bills.
65
Oh, it's
would be
okay.
sweet,
Okay,
you know?
so we still have something to look forward to.
Thank God.
Wait, when can you? Is that the same age that you can withdraw from your like 401k or something?
I think you can kind of do that.
You can always withdraw
Yeah.
from your 401k, but you'll get heavy taxes or whatever if you do
Oh,
it before
is that-
like
is that what it
65
is?
or
Okay.
something. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like when can you collect Social Security?
For us, never.
Never.
Okay, so it's never.
But I think it's 65.
Is that also 65?
Or the worst is 27 when you know there's no more exciting ones for a long time.
Oh.
The only exciting age milestones are just like 40, like those kind of milestones.
Giggle. Old.
Yeah, old.
Old.
You have achieved a new decade of old.
Gross.
The one that upsets me now is like thinking that my driver's license renewal is like, oh, that's like so many years away, and then it's like, shit, that's like this year.
Dude, I thought
another high school has passed.
I thought when I got my passport, it'd be like, wow, 2021, this thing's never gonna expire.
It'll last forever.
Yeah. That's a lifetime.
Mm-hmm. And you can tell it was a lifetime based on my face on the passport photo.
The baby on there.
Hang on, I'm gonna pull it up again. Little 11th grade Jared right there.
Aww.
That kid smokes cigarettes.
No, this kid sold cigarettes under the bleachers. That's the face of that.
Yeah.
This kid told me not to come to school tomorrow.
You couldn't tell that I was one of like the goodiest two shoes in high school from a photo like this.
No, I couldn't.
And to think that kid eventually turned into this smolder.
Wow. What an upgrade.
Why does it also like feel like a World War II Japanese photo?
Because it's like high contrast black and white. I don't know why they printed them like this. This was
like
a full color photo that I gave him. Jesus Christ, kid, that last one you asked them before, just you wouldn't get it.
but you wouldn't, so
God,
don't ask.
I just look heinous when I'm told not to smile for a picture.
Yeah.
I remember being told not to smile for like some senior photos, and I just look like I'm holding back a laugh. Can't do the serious face.
Netflix serious, just like don't make a face.
Yeah, but being told not to make a face is a face.
I never think about what my neutral face is. So then when I try to do it, I look alien. I'm just like I
You
like
start
open
like
my
pushing
eyes wide
muscles.
more. Like a neutral face to me is like, okay, my mouth needs to be perfectly straight line mouth, neutral.
Yeah.
And my eyes
Just like
can't be
Eyes
too it's just
eyes at the correct amount of openness.
just relax.
no.
You just sit there, just
I'll
look at 'em.
relax if you tell me not to relax, then it'll be a perfectly natural photo. But if you say it's like, all right, don't make a face. I'm like, what's a face? What's considered a face? Am I making a face right now? I
Here,
don't think I am.
walk normal,
But no, like a person.
like a person.
Just try not to think about blinking. Just don't blink.
What?
Fuck.
Fuck.
All right, cool. So yeah, I'll let you know in hopefully like the next 30 minutes or so, Steven, when the
Okay.
momentum stuff will be done. Make
Sounds
a
good.
neutral face. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Pretty hot.
my neutral face will scare children.
Oh.
Wow, that's looking pretty
Jeez.
French.
That's that's just what French people look like when they're not emoting.
Oh, I see.
That's why they have to be so expressive all the time.
The French
a
when
lot
they
of times-
discover that their baguette has expired.
No.
Just go sais pas.
Pierre, you should have been around for our accent stream.
Oh,
I did
man,
a
it was
damn.
killer French accent.
He did. Well, he was trying to be Swedish, but it turned out so it was so French.
I couldn't do anything but French, apparently.
Well,
Except when I tried to do French.
Except when trying to do French.
I'm so sad I missed this. Not.
Is that? Are you messing with us? You would have had fun. So I don't know why you're saying
You would
that.
have loved it.
You would have had the utmost respect for us for understanding other cultures.
Cool.
Good.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do this little momentum thing, and then I'm gonna start to set up the infrastructure to play your animations and such.
Perfect.
Yeah, because right now there's no. I just need to find the spots in the code base to inject like play this animation line of codes.
For the character, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Something
And it's still,
else.
and you think it's still okay to do the PNG sequence? Because I can look up
Yes.
I just forgot how to do the sprite sheet, so I would just have to look it up again.
No,
but-
that'll be totally fine. I literally just drag and drop that into an animation file and it goes to town.
Oh,
Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
How hard is it to trigger a particle when you enter a collider, but also have it like face that like the direction of that vector essentially? So I want the splash particle to face like out the vector out of where you enter essentially. So you're splashing.
Yeah,
the
that's
correct direction.
that's not going to be that hard. I have code that'll trigger the moment that we enter some water, and then I can just access the character's velocity vector and reverse it. Is that what you're asking? So if they enter going,
I want to make so I have a splash particle that will be like shooting out like a cone. I just want to make sure that cone shoots out, and it's not just like it'll actually be like. So if you enter from the bottom left, it will like face that direction, the bottom left of that like area that it touches.
yeah, where is this particle going to be emitting from? Is it going to be, or are you just going to like spawn it and just be like phew, sort of thing? Or
I mean, I have a particle prefab. I assumed you would just spawn it.
okay, as long as I can
It
spawn
would
it,
be
yeah.
on him. Yeah.
Yeah, I can spawn it. I believe.
And it just needs
at
to
the
be
point of
like
contact.
it just needs to basically point out from where whatever surface it touches.
Yeah.
essentially.
So if I enter from the bottom left, and I'm assuming that I am traveling like up and to the right to hit that bottom left corner, I can reverse my velocity vector so that it points down and to the left, and I'll shoot a particle in that direction. So
Okay.
yeah, I think I'll have the point of contact relatively, and I'll definitely have the direction that we'll need to send it. So that shouldn't be an
Okay.
issue.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it will be hard.
And that's something that's easy to add later on. You don't need to do that like before we do anything else, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
But yeah, the tech will be available for that.
Sweet.
Are we also going to have a particle effect for when they like breach or like exit water?
So yeah, I mean it's basically gonna be the same.
same.
I mean,
Okay.
do you want it to be the? I mean, I was just planning on being the same particle just because it's easier.
That's fine. I was just wondering if we were going to have anything that played when we like exit the water. It's fine. It's
I
totally
think just
fine.
play
It's
the same.
It'll be just
splash.
the same thing. It's just
Okay.
like a little splash out. And I'll show you guys. It's a little more
Okay.
stylized, but
That's fine.
and then it'll be a matter of just like scaling it, which will be pretty easy
Yeah.
for depending on what size it is. And then the guy will have a little bubble trail just always on him,
Fuck yeah.
but you'll only be able to see the bubbles when he's inside the water. So that's nothing that you'll have to trigger. It'll
That's
just be always
fucking sick.
going.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Is that just like a
There's some like
render
masks
mask
that
thing?
I put in.
Fuck yeah, that's sick.
Woo.
Awesome. Cool.
And then yeah, just some idle bubbles and shit inside the obstacles as well.
Nice.
Take it.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. Cool. I'll get to work. I'll let you know when the movement is gold and ready to go.
Perfect.
To not expect any other major updates. I won't pull a jive train and make changes to the movement in like the last 2 hours. Just like, all right, done. I'm gonna because this movement stuff is pretty. I don't want to say precarious, but the values are picked very selectively so that there's not any sort of like major exploits or anything like that. Like a tweak here and
Right.
there could change a lot of how you traverse a level. So I want to make sure
Right.
that I set
Lock it
these in
in.
stones, lock it in, and then we get started on the level, expecting no other changes to the movement.
Mhm.
So
Sounds good.
I will let you know when I'm ready for that, and then you can
Cool
go
beans.
to town.
Boop, 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 boop.
Sweet. Anyone need anything else?
Nope.
We're good. We'll get back to it.
Titties, let's go.
Suck it on- suck on 'em.
Suck it on them titties.
Bye.
Bye. Tried to leave the channel, but they joined mine. They were encroaching. All right. So I think what's happening here is that the velocity is getting set to like the slower velocity for a second, and then it's speeding up again, which I don't want. So I think we're resetting the velocity once. Max unsubmerged velocity. This is Y. So we want the X here. Okay. If it's greater than that, then we set it. Yeah. I think we need to. Oh, this is if it's fully submerged. So when it's submerged, yeah, that's what's happening. We're getting boned on the submerged part of it. So, all right. Da, 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 da. So if it's no longer fully submerged, we're gonna set that shit down to its max velocity, or its older max velocity. I think. Is that right? Hang on, I need to see. I'm not setting the velocity anywhere else, am I? Let's see. This thing is a mess, man. Apply impact deceleration force. Yeah, okay, so we're kind of doing that, but that's fine. That doesn't do anything when we're flying through the air. Drag could do something, but I think we lower the drag when we're in the air. Alright, so we cap the velocities here, and then that's basically it. Alright, I just need to see if there's anything hinky going on with the velocity stuff here. Alright, so we go, and then we go, ha! Yeah, there's a little bit of a sort of thing. So let's look for the breached. There it is. Yeah, so for like 3 frames, we're at that low velocity again. Why? I think it's because those are the 3 frames where we are not fully submerged, but we're only partially submerged. So we are kind of like a little bit, just like hiccuping. I want to hit the bathroom and I'll figure this out. Okay, so let's look at the logic for when we are setting the breach. Breach is going to be set to true if it's no longer submerged. If it's submerged, it's false. So it's when we are completely out of the water. That's when it plays. And we are getting the last submerged velocity for when we are fully in the water. That seems wrong. I think I might know what's going on here. Well, actually, no, because this is only going to get called for on one frame. And it is looping. No, something else is going on here. Okay, so this gets called breach. This frame is false. So it sets it here. It takes me 3 frames to unbreach here. I see. I see. Because we're still in the water when this happens. Okay. So in that case then, interesting. And that makes sense because we want to run that logic to like limit it to the slower speed when we're on top of the water, but not for the handful of frames where we're like shooting up out of the water. So how do we I guess, I don't know, do we just like wait a couple frames? Maybe? Like we'll wait a couple of frames before we start enacting that thing. Or, you know what we can do? Was submerged last frame. So we'll just do this. Is fully submerged. Is fully submerged. Maybe that's all we need to do. We just check to see if it's fully underwater. And if it's not, so instead of like leaving the water, a breach is considered when we like peek up out of the water. We're no longer fully submerged. Nope, it's still... Alright, so that's not it. Okay, but I see what's happening here. What if I were to just hard code it here? Oh boy. So now it'll wait 5 frames before it starts capping the velocity after they get out of the water. Alright, now let's uncomment that thing that's showing us all the logs. Okay. Let's see what happens. That looks pretty good. Where's the breach? All right, here's the breach. Yeah, we're getting buffers before the breach. So buffer, buffer, breached, buffer, buffer, buffer. Okay, okay. So we breach. There's the max speed there, which I think is actually too fast. Yeah. That speed should be 15. But it's not. Oh well. Oh, it was getting high there. And then we go all the way down to 7. Okay. Let's play this focused. Let's try that again. Oh. I felt a dip there. Breach, buffer, and then back to that. Okay. So I think it doesn't like to do it more than once, which is why we should set it to 0 at the end of the coroutine here. Okay. We'll set it to 0 at the beginning and the end of the coroutine, because we only got 1 breach frame. Or 1 buffer frame on that second one there. Alright. Alright. Okay. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Okay, so this is unfortunately breaking the yeah, so it's breaking this. So we don't want that. Okay. Maybe I set this dot current breach frames is equal to 0 here. We don't need to set it at the beginning of the coroutine. And then we set this to breach buffer here. No, I don't think this is gonna work. Wait. Well, let's just check and see. Let's just see. Yeah, we got the dip there. So we need to set this. Else if this buoyant object is submerged, then we set this here, essentially. If this, boy, we'll only set it once. Current breach frames is greater than 0. We set it to 0. What a mess of a function. Okay, so now, else this. God, I don't even want to look at this function anymore. What a headache. Whoa. Alright, we've basically taken off max velocity on the this. And that is because we are always setting it to this. We're setting it to 0, so we're not decelerating it at all. Bummer.
All right, hang on.
Let's see here. So that's not right. What's the difference between skimming on top of the water and breaching out of it? this is so jank. So now we have whether or not it was fully submerged. Last frame. So now we have this. And is that fully an object? Was fully submerged last frame equals true. Let's see. We are just stapling things onto this. This is a mess of a character controller. No, now we got that that little hiccup again. This is working fine now, but now the hiccup's back. Huh. Is it because this is getting called too late? Maybe if I did this in late update, so it's the last thing that we check. And we don't care if it was false here. If is fully submerged equal to true, then we set that. This work. Ain't no hiccup there. No hiccup there. Hey yo. Hang on. Let's see. Oops. Oh. Oh. All right. What was the latest breach here? Buffer, 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 buffer. There's the breach. So we buffer 2 frames. We breach. And then we have that. Goes up to like 17, which is crazy. It shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, it looks like there's a couple of frames of it. Oh, I see, I see, I see. Breach buffer. Or, no, I don't want to do or, do we? Actually, we could do or. Current rigid body dot velocity. Dot x is greater than max submerged velocity dot x. We don't want it to go over the maximum limit. Or do we? All right, we also have to check that this, all right, this is still working. That's good. There we go, ha. There we go, ha. Oh, was that a hiccup? I can't tell. And then we go, ha. 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 That looked a bit hiccupy. Let me see. Zoom, 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 zoom. Breach buffer. Ah, yeah, we jumped right to it there. Okay. Fuck that then. We'll let it go a little faster than usual for a couple frames. That's fine. Boom. 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 This is okay. That's all right. Oh. Oh. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, that kind of does ruin things a little bit, actually. Yeah. Zoom, 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 zoom. Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, yeah. Zoom. Yeah, that makes that kind of trivial. Let me check here. Zoom. Did we have a breach or something? Or is it just going to town? No, there was no breach. It was just, it thought it was submerged. Oh, no, here it is. Breached. Yeah, there shouldn't be a breach there. Was submerged last frame and it isn't. Yeah, okay. Let's change these to is fully submerged. Let's see if that fucks anything up. I would also like to put this stuff in late update, but we'll see. Whoa. Oh. Wow. Okay, that just breaks everything. Okay. Ah, shit. Hang on. Let's test something here. Let's go back up to that spot because it says it's breaching. Breaching spring deceleration routine. Last submerged. Oh, the last submerged velocity. Okay. Ah, I see. I think when we breach, we actually want to. Let's see here. References. Last submerged velocity goes right there. Okay. Last submerged velocity equals what? We're using old velocities when we breach. I see. Alright, let's get back up to our spot. Alright, does this still work? Yes, it kind of does. I don't like that. Hang on. Let's clear that. And, oh. Okay. Do. Here's the buffers. That's a lot of buffer, actually. What's going on there? Alright, so here's the latest breach. We're at that velocity. Oh, we just breached back to back to back to back. Yeah, because we submerge and then unsubmerge, then submerge, then unsubmerge. Let's just change this to these fully submerged. Is that going to change anything? Daisy, that's a daisy. And then we go, oh, yeah, that still gives us a lot of, oh, maybe it doesn't. It kind of does sometimes. And I don't like the sound of that sometimes. Look to the peak here. Clear. Ah. Try that again. Clear. Zoom. Okay. So let's go. Honestly, let's go to the top here. See when we breach. There should only be one breach, and that should be when we entered that circle. Whoa. Random buffer there. Are you winning, son? Yeah, we kind of are. I'm just trying to make a little tweak. Oh, interesting. We're going into a buffer state without calling the breach coroutine. And then we breach. Okay. Yo, we tweaking? Yo, we tweaking hard. The Adderall's kicking in. I got my first cup of tea down the hatch. Yarr. All right. setting a bunch of buffers here. It's submerged and what tea? It is a, what was it? Fukamushi. Oh, I wish I kept the bags. Hang on. It's tea I get from Chateau SF all the time. It's one of their staples. I will be very upset if this shop ever closes and I'm not able to get this tea again. Tea. No, I want the shop. Sencha. There it is. Yame Fukamushi black tea. Or green tea. Yame Fukamushi Sencha. This shit is legit. Only $15 for a nice bag of, what was it, 50 grams? The first steep is generally pretty good. You steep it for like 30 to 45 seconds. The second steep, you put the hot water in and then immediately pour it. It's in that thing for like maybe 5 seconds. And that shit is kryptonite green. Totally different flavor. Third steep, nice and mild. Easy sipper. You can get like 3 or 4 steeps out of like one serving of this tea, about like 4 grams. And it tastes so good every single time. And it tastes a little bit different every time. Your mouth goes on a journey. You know what's steep? The price. This is fairly affordable loose leaf tea for the quality that you get, in my opinion. There are some other teas that I buy from here that are a little bit more expensive. Let's see here. This teapot, fucking legit, by the way. Highly recommend. Yeah, you got like this sencha, which is like $25. I think jasmine tea, $24. Their jasmine tea is really good. There is, oh, it's not winter anymore, so you can't get it. But oh, this Kawane sencha is good as well. But they have this. See, here's the thing. I like both of these senchas. I maybe like this one a little bit more. It's like my comfort tea. And this one's twice the price. This is still good tea, but I prefer this one, and it's $15. Their Benifuki black tea is very good. Sneaks up on you, though. I'm not used to drinking tea with this much caffeine. Genmaicha is a classic. But they, in the winter, they have a yuzu sencha, which I still have an unopened bag that I got for Christmas that I'll be cracking maybe today. Who knows? That's a good one. That's another like $30 bag, but that's always so worth it. And then there's probably, hopefully, as spring is approaching. Oh, shit. Yeah, they're already getting like cherry blossom teas. There's one in particular that I like that you can only get exclusively from Chateau. And it is very, very good. If anyone is interested, I am always happy to plug them. And you said it's from San Fran? Yep, it's a tea shop in San Francisco. Literally one of the few things in San Francisco that I genuinely miss. This was always my favorite place to go out in San Francisco. Out in Japantown. Good shit. And they ship. I don't know about internationally, but they ship domestically. Do they ship shipping and returns? Let's see. Free for orders 50 and above. Otherwise, it's a flat rate of $7.75. Processed in 2 business days. Anywhere in the United States. We do not ship internationally. Sorry. But anywhere in the United States, it's been a godsend. If you like green tea, go to chatosf.com or sfchateau.com. Good shit. Good shit. Okay. So it's resetting the breach frame buffer. When it's not that. So let's just do. Not a sponsor. Not a sponsor at all. I just love their shit. I love their tea. It's I just like a good tea. It comforts me. It soothes me. This is also just a plug for tea in general. Coffee's overrated. Drink tea. Or this dot deceleration coroutine is equal to null. Maybe that'll help. This code base is such a mess. It's probably some of the ugliest code that I've written for a jam, honestly. Oh no, we got the hiccup again. Fuck. Okay. Got a watermelon herbal tea that goes radioactive pink when steeped, right? Nice. Nice. Yeah, one of my first teas was an herbal tea that was like a hang on. It was really cool. Kind of gimmicky, but really cool, where it was a peach flavored tea. And when you it was just a giant wad. It wasn't like loose leaf, it was a giant wad because it was a flower. And when you steeped it, the flower would bloom. It looked more so something maybe like this, a little less hemlock looking, but it was really good. And I had one of these sort of like transparent teapots, so it was très aesthetic. It was good. Good shit. That was when I first started to actually drink tea seriously. I was like, God damn, I can just keep steeping this repeatedly and it tastes so good. Stuff like that from Teavana before Starbucks bought them and ruined it. Yeah. Oh man, Teavana was good. I loved getting their samples at like the mall back when people went to malls. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Not this. So the problem is that we are ignoring this when this submerge was fully submerged last frame. We set it to 0. Is this right? Is fully submerged. This might be a bugged function. Boing, boing, boing. Wall jump. Oh shit. Boing, 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 boing. Alright. No, this. Hey, and yeah. Okay. Do. Alright, so there's the buffer without the breach. And it does say it was fully submerged. And then it buffers again. Interesting. Wait a minute. Oh, sure. Oh, I guess that should be better. Buffer. Yeah, it's just ignoring, and there's no, and then it breaches from the circle. So, shit. It was saying it was fully submerged, eh? But it wasn't. And it's probably because it was on a tilt like this, is the thing. Brr. Yeah, so my math is wrong for is fully submerged. This is gonna be a mess. This. Pew. All right. All the way up. Current liquid objects is 1. Yep. Assigned buffer. First time we hit buffer. Nice. Current liquid objects is 1. And it is saying what? Was fully submerged. Okay. Let's say I want to see when it does that. So when are we setting that to true? Bam, right here. Let's attach this and see how it goes. Actually, let's not attach it yet. Let's wait till we get up to our spot. Ups, daisy. Okay. Clear that. Attach. So now it should pause when we're fully submerged here. And that's where it says it is. Okay. So that's what we look like when it says we're fully submerged, which I guess makes sense because my math is wrong because I'm double counting things. Okay. And how am I calculating that? With the displacement factor. And that is in script liquid object. So it's here. Calculate displacement. Do the X penetration, the Y penetration, and then we get the total. If it's greater than 1, we set it to 1. What happens if we just fuck with this, huh? What happens if we just do this? That's gonna be catastrophic. Yeah, now I can't tell the difference between submerged and fully submerged here. Or can it do? Wait, is this working? Oh, 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 oh. Alright, let's see if this happens again. Yeah. Oh, it happens even sooner now. Okay. 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 So it's worse. Move that back. Let's maybe increase the bounds maybe a little bit. So that it's like that. We're really just like grasping at straws here. I'll give us another 15 minutes. That's looking good. That's looking good. Now let's see if my favorite skip works. As intended, at least. Yep. Alright, so we still shouldn't be able to do that. Let's attach. See when it gets fully breached. Right there. Okay. Let's up that breach buffer then. Like 0.5. Alright, that's looking good. Let's see when it fully submerges here. Patch. And then we just go. Oop. Okay, so that's when it's considered fully submerged. In that direction, at least. Okay, let's keep going. Let's see when it says it's fully submerged on the diagonal. This math is incorrect, but we just want to make sure it's incorrect in the right way. Okay. So that was a bit too much then. But also, it made it there, which is weird. Why did it make it there? Oops. Oh, come on. Zoom, zoom. Alright. Clear that and go wee. Alright. Interesting. right, sweet. I like that. So we can't make it if we just do that. But if we go, boom. Okay. That was looking neat, but I don't know if that's what I... Zoom. Zoom. Vroom. And then it won't work if we do... Oop. If we go like, okay, it still does, but that's fine. Because we went into the thing. We can't do it if it's like bobbing. Which is kind of what I want. Alright, I think this is how we want to do it here. I think we can afford to lower the frame or the bounds buffer a little bit. Let's do like half of that. And we'll see what it does. Boom. Match. So when do you fully submerge? Right around there. I think that's fine. When do you fully submerge on a diagonal? Dun, 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 dun. Attach. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's change it a little bit. 0.3, yeah, okay. Because I want it to look close to like it's fully submerged on a diagonal. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Oh, come on. There we go. Boom. Boom. Okay. Attach. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Daisy. Okay. And let's attach this back to Unity. And, okay. I think that seems fine. I think we have our momentum velocity here. We're just going to change that time to decelerate just a little bit. Instead of half a second, it'll be 0.3 seconds. Oh fuck! Hi, Brainoid. I meant to send you a bunch of feedback, and then I got down a rabbit hole. Okay. Hi. Made this with the new track. Tried low passing in. There's some time out. Let's hear. Low pass kind of hides the layers a lot, but it might feel good in game. Also depends on how tall the levels are and how often people will fall. Yeah. Damn, boy, did you, like... You hand did this with all of these. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, I think going in and out of them is kind of... a lot. Low pass high, kind of... Yeah, it's... because you go in and out of them so much, it might be tricky. Maybe if I were to like make it a little bit more more gentle of a transition, like a slower transition, so it doesn't like hard cut to it every single time. That's looking pretty good. That's crazy that you went through all the effort to make that up, though. Anyways, so these, I sent them both past the Ruds to see what they thought. We love both of the tracks. I think the underwater sci-fi layer one is probably the one that we'll want to go with for like the gameplay. We like the sort of like calmer kind of ambiance to it, as well as just the risk of rain ass stuff going on here. We love that. We also really love this track. We might use it for like a title screen or something. The thing with this track is it has a lot more energy to it. It sounds like the way the Ruds put it was that it sounds like I should be interacting with things or like handling enemies or something like that. It sounds like more action should be going on, and that's not necessarily what our game is going to be like. I think it's going to be more of kind of just like a slow kind of like relaxing climb up to the top sort of thing. So we would probably still like to use this maybe for like a title screen or something like that. But I think this fits the vibe of our gameplay a little bit more. So we'll probably prefer this like sci-fi layer one. There's that. Also, I think we're deciding on having 5 layers. So 5 levels of evolution. So what we can do is we can just pick like 5 tracks off of this to like sort of fade between them. Or if you prefer, if you want to like condense them down to 5 different tracks, if you have a preference in terms of how you want us to layer those instruments on, feel free to let us know. But we're happy to just take these 8 layers and pick like 5 of them to slowly evolve the music. But so we're not going to have 8 layers. We're just going to have 5, if that makes sense. Also depends on how tall the levels are. People will often fall and the layers will be removed. So they will notice. Yeah. I can condense them down. Also, I can export layers separately if you want. Like right now they are additive. Ooh. Yeah, that would be kind of neat. If you just wanted to export them separately, then I can just fade them on when they start rather than having to like crossfade between tracks. It's not that hard to crossfade tracks, but like it might just be easier if we have those isolated tracks themselves that we can just turn on and forget about, or then just like turn off or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, if you wanted to just isolate those 5 tracks, that would probably be neat. I would like a track with like all of the instruments playing at once, though, just for my own benefit, just to have the wave file, because I think that track is awesome. Crossfading could have issues with low-end computers. Tiny bit of time difference. You know what? That's true. That's true. That's true. So crossfading with additive ones, I mean. I see. Well, I'll basically just be, yeah. I'll basically just be, I'm playing all of the songs at the same time and then just tweening the volumes up and down depending on where the player is going to be in the game is going to be the plan. So, it's okay. I'll narrow it down to 5. Sweet. Appreciate it. And then as far as like the splashing sound goes, we'll probably want something that's a little bit softer on the ears. Like this is a pretty sharp sound right now, and you can kind of hear like the bowl or whatever is like splashing around there. Oh, splashes are just slapping. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Just curious, because we are gonna have splashy sounds in some way. It'll probably be like a pretty muted sound though. I don't know how we're gonna do that one yet. Wait, did you just have like your hand in a bowl and we're doing this while watching the footage? Is that what you were doing? How did you do this? Okay. Because I'm not hearing a uniform splashing sound, I think. These all sound like different splash sounds. Kind of. So I was curious. Alongside, I think, two special. Oh, I see. A big YouTube played Replicat, and it has quite a good amount of views in a short amount of time. Hell, dude, that's always so exciting. That happened to us with Serial Dater. Some random YouTubers played it, and it racked up a couple million views in total for like, I think mainly Badass Hero played it, and Gray still plays, and it skyrocketed our views and plays for Serial Dater specifically. Hopefully, I'm hoping he left a link to the Steam page for people to wishlist it. Have you been following like wishlist stuff? Okay. He didn't leave a link, but people are still coming to Discord. That's sick. That's sick. It is a shame he didn't leave a link, but yeah, generally when you get videos made like that, you'll get at least some people who will go out of their way to seek it out, and those are the dedicated people that are more likely to buy it anyway. Sick. Well, how many wish lists are you at right now? Okay, let's see. I didn't mail him, by the way. I don't know where he found the game. Dude, sometimes they just find them. There are some YouTubers out there that will just scrape, like, not necessarily like literally scrape, but will like look through the depths of the Steam pages and look in cracks that no one else would dare find to actually find those little like gem games. It's a lot of tedious work. I don't know how they do it, but God bless those that do. 1,200 wishlist. That's fucking sick, man. Congrats. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, if you have, can you set tags on Steam pages, or are those user sourced, where like the users like propose tags for it? Because if you have tags that are similar to games like Balatro, I'm sure like some people will go into Steam specifically looking for Balatro likes, and find your game like that. So that could be a way that some YouTubers are. You can set yes, mine are super similar to Balatro. That's probably how they're finding it then. Yeah. Balatro, even now, is still, I mean, its peak has already passed in terms of like content creators playing it, but there are still like several YouTubers and content creators that are playing and streaming Balatro and stuff. So if that's like their bread and butter content, they'll probably look for other games similar to Balatro to keep the content flowing. I don't even have a demo on Steam yet, only a public play test. I don't think Steam would recommend my game. Yeah, it's tricky, because that release date that release day is so important. And I forget, have we talked about this? Where like if you release a demo, that doesn't impact like your actual like release, like your part in the algorithm during release, right? Because that's more determined by like the number of people who have it wishlisted and also purchase it off their wishlist, right? I think you saw it on a smaller YouTuber. Hey, word of mouth can grow like that. I get a lot of my ideas from other YouTubers as well, but they're generally way, way, way bigger than me, so my plagiarism is immediately apparent. Close parsec here. We don't need this right now. All right. I think this is going to be the gold locking it in movement controls for this game. So that way Steven can use them to determine how he wants to design the levels and things. Kobe final move. Blade and browser, yes. I don't think I pinned this yet today. The reason beside deciding on 5 layers is because you also want visual changes in those layers. Yeah, I think so. And also, I don't know, like we want each layer to feel significant. Like we don't want them to be like a short little thing where you can get up there in like 10 seconds, unless you're doing like some speedrun strat stuff. So we want them to be like at least significantly chunky enough to feel like it deserves its own layer. And then, yeah, because there's probably going to be different themings between those. It's basically going to be like 5 levels. So we want them to feel significant, but we also don't want to design 8 significant levels. That might be a bit overscoped. So we're narrowing it down to 5. And it's also convenient because there are 5 layers of the ocean that we'll be naming them as chapters of. So we'll either do like the sunlight zone or like epipelagic, mesopelagic, bathypelagic, abyssopelagic, and you start in the Hadal zone, aka the trenches. And we'll have like, Andrew's planning on making like little like bubbly up title cards that'll display when you enter a new layer and stuff like that. So it kind of just worked out that 5 seemed like a good number. There's 5 layers in the ocean. And we want those layers to feel like sort of significant. All right, new build just dropped. I need to refresh my Twitch chat so that I can actually pin this message, because for some reason it doesn't let me do it the moment I pin it. All right. Cool. And then I will send this off to the Ruds so that I can get their final stamp of approval. What up, Badar? How you doing? Hang on, I gotta annoy the artist real quick. Gentlemen.
Yeah.
I believe I have finished the changes that I wanted to make to movement. I posted a build. This will just be like a final sanity check to see if you have any issues with traversal, how things work, anything that you might want tweaked. Because otherwise, Steven can use this to start designing levels and setting up the zones and things
Sick.
based on the limitations of how fast you can move, how high you can jump, and all that kind of stuff. So the only major difference is that you maintain your horizontal velocity for a tiny little bit, like half a second or so when you exit water. It's not that noticeable, but it is noticeable when you don't have it because you immediately like lose all momentum when you leave water when it's not there. So
Gotcha.
even if you don't notice like a significant sort of like impact on it, it's more so there to fix something that felt bad. So if you don't notice anything, that actually might be a good thing.
I don't know if it was always this way, but I feel like I have a lot of like in-air, like airborne mobility left and right.
Yes, you do, because that's you like jumping out of the water and maintaining your velocity. I can change the amount of, so right now you have like a half a second of underwater speed before it changes back to the slower midair velocity. I can change that to be shorter so that you slow down faster in the air, if you think that would feel better.
Well, it's mostly, it's like like if I go up in the air and then I just hold left or right, like I accelerate as if I'm being like there's a different force now being applied besides like the
You
velocity.
get a lot
coming
more
in.
speed left and right now.
I see when you're in midair.
Yeah, like if I just jump out and then just hold left or right, like I accelerate.
Yeah, you've always accelerated, but now you can accelerate to a so you have a maximum speed underwater that's fast, and then you have a maximum speed in the air, which is slower. What I do for a half a second after you breach the water is I just temporarily limit your max speed in the air to the underwater speed. So your max speed in the air can reach higher speeds that you can accelerate to. If you think that's too much, I can tweak it down a little bit for sure. If you think you have like too much, if it trivializes platforming stuff, we can definitely like trim that down a little bit.
I think it's just maybe a little too much
Sure.
mobility.
That's totally
Yeah.
fine. That's kind of why I wanted to sanity check
To
this.
feel it out. Okay.
Because now, like that one ramp thing that
Yeah.
doesn't have a barrier, you can literally just hold right on that and just get to that circle, and you just hold right the whole time. And you're basically up
Okay.
at the top.
Let me.
I mean, we could design around that, but
Sure, but
I think it would feel better to like the amount of like midair mobility is what I expect from like just a normal jumping platformer.
Let me change it real quick. Okay. Hang on. Cancel on a build and build it again. Yeah,
Cancel.
Cancel.
You Mogwai find me.
To time with Deep Water theme, the game should be controlled with an Xbox controller. I will be hopefully porting it to Xbox controller if I have time, Pierre. Reno says, I feel like we really
That's
want
for you,
layer 1 to
Pierre.
be dull and empty so we can have some contrast on later layers. Dull and empty is in like not a lot of stuff to jump
It should
around
feel-
in, or just visually. What are you thinking, Brainoid?
Is that brain? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's probably talking about the music.
I assume.
Yeah, maybe music, because we are probably gonna want at least if it's filled with a couple of things. Oh, in terms of music, okay.
Like,
Because
I feel like a feeling of emptiness, like vastness, cavernous.
yeah, we'll still want like obviously layer 1 should be the easiest one. It should be the one that kind of gets the player used to the controls. So if we want to just fill it with a couple of objects, they would just have to be big objects, or we can pepper it with a bunch of small objects. Oh shit, I'm
Beginning is
building.
gonna be just like easy, like sort of almost like staircase type shit, where it's just like it's pretty easy to jump from one to the next. You're just going
Sure.
up. They're
Sure.
big. You don't have to like hit your max height to get them most of the time.
Oh,
There's nothing more annoying than going down and then flinging up and realizing
yeah.
you're just short and you're like,
Yeah. Can y'all still hear me?
Yes.
Pierre was saying the Xbox controller was a reference to the submarine incident.
Was it controlled
That
by
was a- that was a
controller?
It
Logitech
was controlled.
controller,
It was controlled by a Logitech Xbox-looking controller that was
What? Like
plugged
a
into.
Mad Cat?
Yes. Yep.
Why?
I mean, shit. My Xbox controller, when I'm playing Monster Hunter World, sometimes just like spontaneously disconnects from my computer if I hold it wrong. I can't imagine that happening in the depths of the sea.
Like, I assume it was actually like one of those like industrial robotics controllers, but
No,
still.
no, they took a picture of it. It was a
What?
Logitech
It was a
Xbox
Logitech?
controller.
Literally buy it like
Yes,
20 bucks.
it's a thing you pick up at Walmart in a plastic case.
Monsters.
Yeah,
It's on the rack next to the socks at Walmart.
I would not have set foot in that. Well, I wouldn't have set foot in any situation.
No,
But if I walk
way.
in and I see that controller, I'm like, I'm out. You can take. You can keep my million. I'm out.
Nah, pass.
Nah.
Yeah, if Brain was referencing music in that first layer,
Yeah, you were saying
I
it was
think
music,
keeping it fairly like, I mean, like a feeling of emptiness without actually being empty, you know, like still having some ambience, but the ambience sort of giving a sensation of openness, vastness. Bottom of the sea, not a lot of things around.
Under the sea.
All right.
Nothing to catch like the reverbs of sound waves.
I just changed some values and built it immediately, so I didn't actually test
Test
it,
it.
but we'll see.
Cool.
Hang on.
This is the Wild West build.
Yes. This player controller stuff is probably some of the jankiest code that I've ever written for a jam.
Sick.
Lot of special cases and things.
Yeah, Brain, that makes sense. Lots of low, yeah, because like you assume like the lower down you go, the more muffled things are anyways. So I can kind of like imagine.
That's nice.
Still.
What's the cube doing? I still have a lot of acceleration left and right.
Okay.
I didn't feel like a change in that.
Okay.
It's weird. It's like only certain times though. I think it's when it's like paired with me exiting a jump or something. Because if I
Let me
There's,
let
like,
me do a
I'm
quick
trying to
little
figure out that-
test here before I build again.
It does make it feel like the horizontal movement's more important than the
yeah,
just because it's like you have more control over it, whereas the vertical movement's like you gotta like get down into it and make sure you get enough speed and shit like that. Whereas left and right, you're just like, I can go as fast as I fucking want. Woohoo!
yeah, like I just like Star Trek across the screen. Like if you have,
So is the issue that you're moving too fast in the air, or you can change your direction too easily?
change it. Well, it's the
Fast.
it doesn't seem like a result of being like expelled outward from the brick. Like if I just
Okay.
go straight up with my guy and then hold left or right, I just start accelerating at like Mach speeds.
Okay. Hang on.
Top Gun in my way around here, you know.
Mhm.
So I think it makes sense if I'm like ejected from the side of a water brick. Like to have speed like that, like that's cool. But I shouldn't be able to go straight up and then just hold left or right and then like get from like I cover almost half the level.
I see.
So if we can tune that one, that makes sense.
You got it. All right, hang on. Let me revert back to the first one and see if that was ever a problem then.
Oh yeah, good call.
So
Because I don't know if that was happening there and I just didn't notice it, or if I'm just paying attention to it now.
Okay, so boink. Wait. This one. Okay, if you refresh it now, it should be the one that we ended on last night.
Let us see. Yeah, this one doesn't have that.
Okay, cool. Do you think this one feels good? It's totally okay if you think it does. Like,
Oh, I think this I would prefer this to the current one. At
Okay.
least the fact that I can't, just like hold left and right. I think that's better.
okay, cool. In that
I
case,
feel like I
then,
have to rely on the vertical stuff more.
gotcha. In that case, then I will scrap what I have and we will use this.
Okay. Sorry.
No, that's literally like I literally did this as a sort of experiment just to see, because I don't want to leave anything on the table of like, oh, but it would be so cool. Like if it felt really good to have that sort of like momentum acceleration stuff.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to leave that on the table, but if it doesn't, then we scrap it. That's fine. I
This
went
one
into
feels
it
like
thinking to scrap it or preparing to scrap it if we didn't want it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Yeah, this one just feels like the horizontal and vertical match a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
okay, cool. Sounds good. In that case, then I'll look over my code, see if I fixed anything else along the way, and then I'll push it, and you should be ready to go, Steven.
So
Hey yo.
Cool. Alrighty. I'll go back in my corner unless you guys have anything.
nope.
We're good.
By the way, the Kobe thing is not even like in the same ballpark as getting railed or whatever. So you can put, despite how it might sound, you can put Kobe on there all you want to be like, oh, it might be kind of cute if we did like a
Oh,
KOB
I actually-
sort of thing.
No, it's good.
I actually put it there as a joke. So
Oh.
the fact that you actually have like a cool way to do it, I actually like that a lot more.
Sweet.
Let's just like Kobe. And then I made it orange earlier too. I'm like, oh, it's just
It's a
basketball.
giant basketball that
game.
says Kobe on it.
It's a basketball.
Kobe in the deep depths.
Then we would need baskets, and then this would become like a vertical.
Just turn it into a basketball game. Quick bit.
All right, quick pivot.
Hit it.
Doesn't sound too difficult to me.
You want to make it then?
I've got water.
Cool.
cool.
Cool. All right, cool. I will let you know when this stuff is pushed and ready to go, Steven.
All right, sweet.
And then if you have any questions on how to, well, you can just use those. God, this scene is a mess. But just click any water like object
I
in there.
already have some prefab set up that work. So
Okay, sick. Cool. And I think the density for all of these is just 1. Yeah, these are fine.
something that I was playing around with, which we could maybe add to higher level ones, is I was scaling something while in play mode, while the thing was inside it, and like launched me up.
While the what was inside it?
while the character was inside a block.
Uh-huh.
I
Scaled it.
scaled it up, and it sort of like
Oh,
because it changed your depth in there.
yeah, because I was deeper down by at that point, and then it like sort of like bounced me.
That's
So, like,
kind of cool.
that's kind of fun.
interesting.
Like blocks that could change scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could
So like, I
probably
could
do
have them
something
just
like
be
that.
like little like bounce like jump blocks or something, and it's just
And maybe you have to like
time.
time it to get in there so you can actually get the depth that you need or something.
Yeah, I don't know if it would really help you. It wouldn't help you jump higher or anything like that, but
Interesting. Yeah, we could experiment around with that just to see if like hopefully it doesn't. I don't think it should mess with anything collision related. I'm assuming
It would
were
just
you
be like,
scaling it like fast, like a sort of thing?
yeah,
Okay, because I don't think a slow scale would do
Would do
anything
much. Yeah.
like significant.
like a fast scale just like sort of launches it up.
So if we had like a block that kind of went like
Yeah,
sort of thing.
right.
Yeah.
And it would be the same as you just jumping off of a normal sized one, but it would be
That's kind of interesting though. Like just another kind of flavor in the
Or you
logo
know
design.
what else we could do that would be pretty easy is like
shrinking blocks that.
well we could in terms of like I was just picturing just like a block like getting taller and then shrinking down but staying the same width, but we could do something like it goes tall and skinny and then condenses into like stout and wide sort of thing, and like
Yeah,
like a jello
Oh,
kind of like goes between the two.
non-proportional.
Yeah,
That's kind of neat. I
I
like
don't know
that.
how well that would. I don't know how well. We need to non-uniform scaling on these objects is a little bit
That's fine.
icky with the shader.
That's fine.
So,
We could probably just stick to uniform scaling then.
yeah, so I'd probably just do just little like the square or a sphere, and not do the rectangular shapes just in case.
Cool.
But it is a thing that we could have if we wanted to.
Neat.
And I'll play around with it, 'cause I think I could just like throw an animation on it that idles, and then it just works.
Sick. I mean, we could also
Rotate-
just even
rotating
have just
things.
like rotating things too.
That's true.
Like a propeller or like a fan kind of thing happening.
Yeah, we could have a propeller, a fan, but also stick a
Make sure you hit the
wall
right
on it.
cycle.
We could stick a wall on it so you can't just like ride
Yes.
ride the ramp to the other side. Yeah, we can do all sorts of stuff.
First things first is just getting the normal stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fair.
All right, cool. I'm gonna get back to it then. I'm
Alright, sounds good.
gonna push this movement stuff. I'll let you know, Steven. And then I'm gonna get started setting up the state machine for the character animator Andrew. So I'll be ready for
Okay.
that.
Oh,
once you're-
is there any like reason that I should use a certain frame per second in the animation? Like,
No, but you're just gonna have
Does
to
that matter?
you're just gonna have to
Tell
tell
you?
me. Yeah, because I
Okay.
can set it.
Just,
I mean, it's probably gonna
I
be
would just do,
12.
12.
12.
it's,
12 frames
it's
a
probably
second?
gonna be 12.
Okay.
We'll see if it looks nice to have like a little bit more smoothness to it. I
Like
might
12
do 24,
frames of. Okay, yeah, 12 frames. Okay,
Like,
yeah.
like 12 frames. 12 like that would be like the frame rate
Okay.
of like the animation, and then I would assume like we talked about kind of like a half a second for like a deploy like retract
Yes,
of
yeah.
like that. So we'll see what like a
So-
6-frame animation feels like.
Yeah. So, yeah. So if this is, yeah, that should be fine. Cool.
Yeah, I
was
mean,
just trying to do the
I'll make
timing
it.
math.
I can always shift frames around. Like I'll start with like keyframes, and we can always either add more in betweens or just spread stuff out or shorten it. Shouldn't be too hard once we try it out. That's why I want to do like a previs one first and just see how it feels.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Cool.
All right, coolio.
Cool beans.
Coolio.
Alrighty. I'll see y'all in a bit.
See you.
Dude. Okay. So let's revert what we did. I definitely think that was worth exploring, but as I was playing around with it, I agreed with the Ruds in terms of like, it just trivializes the platforming, and that as a result doesn't make it nearly as engaging or fun. Bash. Oh, we only changed these two. Perfect. That makes things nice and easy. Let's just see what we did here. I mean, we probably implemented it wrong too, because this code base is just a fucking mess, but we don't have time to like make it just have that extra tiny little juice. I don't think it'll make that big of a difference. Okay, cool. Let's just, rather than stashing it, let's just push to a different branch. Ooh, Steven pushed stuff. Look at that. Okay. Let's take a sneak peek at Steven's stuff. Steven's water park. Oh. Oh, Steven. Oh, Steven. Oh, Steven. You beautiful son of a bitch. That's awesome. That's so fucking good. Okay. Now, let's see. All right, we are going to upgrade the player here. Turn him into a prefab, baby. All right, so he was just a mesh renderer cube. Now, he's going to be a sprite. Oh boy. Let's make a couple of sprites here real quick. Just really simple ass things. Oops. All right. So we're going to have this. Let's make it black text. Swim. Let's see what other animations he was doing. Idle float, idle ball. Okay. That should be fine. Shit. No. Ugh. And then we will have lot. Okay. Idle flow, buoy out, idle fall, buoy in, idle fall, buoy deploy. Okay, so we got swimming left and right. We'll fall like that. Okay. Now, make this red. Oh, red. Howdy, Honest Dan. Boats was telling me that you played Jive Train. How's your day been going? I did. It wasn't very good, but at least I was engaged. Oh, I wasn't very good. Well, it's not a very good game. So don't beat yourself up about that. It's okay, in my opinion. There's a lot of things that I wish we could have done better on it. All right, we got that one. That Paul test too. Okay. And then we want like the buoy deploy and then buoy retract. Okay, so those can be, I guess, yellow. Nope, nope, nope. Yellow. And the text will be black. Buoy out. Buoy in. I think it's pretty interesting, cool. I just couldn't control it well enough. My brain doesn't work fast enough to predict the gravity. Yeah, it's not the most readable game in the world, and we could have done a better job of. I think the mechanics are a little half baked. They're not as tight as I would have wanted them to be. Okay, so we have these now. Sprites, 1,000 here. All right. Let's give them a sprites. Swim. Cool. Okay. So now we need to make an animation for this. Actually, I think we can just open up the window here. I always forget how to set these up. Yeah. We have a folder for this. Let's call it swim. Fuck it. Add a property, sprite. Oh, wait. Hang on. Let's change this. Get rid of that. Yes. Let's try it again. Swim left. Just gonna snap. Well, okay. Sprite renderer, sprites. We will turn it to, I guess, this. Yeah. Bam. All right. And then we'll just have that. Let's get rid of that. And then add property, sprite renderer. I think we'll flip X here. Yes. We don't need this here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh shit. No, flip X is gonna be here. All right, sweet. So that's swim left. Let's do another one. Swim right. Copy these. It'll be the exact same, except we don't flip. All right, so we got that. And now we'll do another clip. Double check this here. Swim left, right, buoys out. Idle falls at the buoy deploy. Okay. Idle fall, idle float. Okay. We'll have a float animation here, and it'll just be. Oh, we need a float left and a float right, I think. Right. Let's just do it a float left and a float right. Actually, I think we can just delete that. Delete this. I think I can just drag it in there. Bloop. Right. Sprite renderer, sprites. Float test. Throw it right there. Get rid of that. Bam. And property, sprite. Sprite render, flip X. Alright, so that's float left. Do another one. Oh, right. I misspelled it. Okay. And then we just have a, let's see. Idle, float, smooth return. Add new instruments to make layers more contrasting, sending them separately. I'll send the added versions too. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh shit! Sorry, I've been neglecting chat here. This is gonna be a classic keyboard cover game. I know nothing of it. It is going to be. Yeah, I'm working on some boring stuff right now. There is a playable demo. The controls are just ASD and then or the arrow keys left, right, and down. Down will make you become heavier, and then if you let go of it, you'll start to use your buoyant force to float up, and then you just use left and right to move around. So it's going to be a bit of a platformer sort of thing, but your movement is buoyancy based. All you can do, you can't jump. All you can do is make yourself heavier or lighter. And we're finding some neat things. You can bounce off the walls. There's a lot of neat stuff that you can do from like a speedrunner perspective, or just like play around in a playground sort of thing. So we're having quite a bit of fun with it. It's a rare keyboard cowboy game with a, I guess, mildly traditional like character controller. The gray bits are what? More buoyancy? The gray bits are, they're going to be, hang on. Doo-doo-doo. Did I change anything here? Yes, I did. I made it pretty bad. They're going to be blobs of water that Steven's working on. You're going to be climbing up from the bottom of the ocean to the top layer of the sea, essentially. So there will be blobs of water that you'll be like going into. You're kind of in like a weird pocket of the ocean where like if you're not in one of these blobs, you're kind of in like open air or something. So there's like normal gravity and stuff that applies. And then when you go into these little water pockets, you'll float up in them because you're buoyant. And you can change your buoyancy because we will be having a little dude that has like a little inflatable balloon that he like pops open. And when he's not like that, he's just a little guy. So that's the idea there. Yeah. Sorry, I was a bit in the weeds for a second. And trust me, the number of times that I have misspelled buoyancy has been insane. I shouldn't have used it as like a class name, buoyant object. Ugh. Puzzle game with levels of obscure experimental masterclass. It's going to be like more just like an obstacle course. We're going to have just one giant continuous level with different chapters that are going to feature music from Brainoid that will evolve as it goes on. So this will be layer 1. Nice and chill. Simple. Nice and loopy. Nice bassiness, yeah. And now, oh, we're going up a layer. Oh my god, he named it Keyboard Cowboys. God damn it. That is some excellent titleage there. Adding those synths, hell yeah. Oh, okay, so you're really like changing it up for each of these. I like that. Well, these are not additive. Yeah. Mhm. I do kind of like that. It does give like some extra flavor to each of the layers in a way that I think like an additive track might not be able to convey as much. Oh, is this just the guitar? Guitar is good contrast enough. Okay, I was gonna see how it would loop. Um, yeah, we'll have to see because I like this. I'm gonna have to see if it feels like it could either feel climactic or anticlimactic to end with like a guitar solo like this without any sort of like backbeat to it. We're gonna have to test it out and see because it's hard for me to judge right now. I feel like it could go either way. Because like you have this. Because you're right in the fact that like the guitar is kind of here, but like the backbeat and stuff is like the main thing here. So it's hard to say. I don't know. Yeah, we could try it both ways and see how it is. Because I think it could either be really cool or it might fall flat, but I can't say for sure. I do think I like these distinct little like level like soundscapes though, instead of just it being additive. I think that'll give a lot of flavor to the layers themselves. Oh geez. Okay. Let's get back to this animation stuff. Don't need this. And I closed out of chat. Great. Zip, bring it over here. I also closed out of my music. Ugh. There we go. Okay, animation setup stuff. Float left, float right. Sick. All right, so we need a float left, float right, swim left, swim right. Yes, sir. I have a whole. I just searched underwater video game music, and that's what we've kind of been listening to this whole time. I don't have an idea for that. Maybe Andrew has an idea. Depending on that, we can change the final layer. Okay, sick, sick. Maybe you reach the surface and it's just oil slicked water burning and the coast in the distance also burning. Happy ending. That's if you don't make it out in time. That's the bad ending. No, we're not having multiple endings on this. Okay. So we have float, left, float, right. Then what else? Andrew says, reaching the surface, sunlight, oxygen, opening the helmet, bobbing on the surface of the ocean calm, not too over the top triumph, just safety. So that guitar thing actually might work. Hang on, let me. I can't send these to them because I don't have nitro. Guess I'll set up a drive. Or actually, there was a drive that Andrew shared. download, 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 download. Let's take a look at this. Oh, so these are the. Did you remake these, or did you grab your 5? Oh wait, no, yeah, you did. Keyboard Cowboys. Okay. We made it sick. Yeah, because we got like the synths and stuff, and then. I like the vibe of this one. Oh wait, actually, these are. This is only. Did you mean to send 5 or just these 4? Just checking. Love that shit. Love that shit. Yeah, I just get like when you add the backing to it with the guitar, I just get massive like Risk of Rain 2 vibes. Okay, so you want us to use this is the layer 1 that you want us to use. I was just confirming that. I thought that was the case. Just thought I'd ask. Oof, oof, oof. Good shit, good shit, good shit. And then BGM. And then, oops, nope, nope, nope. I'm just gonna upload all this in here. So first of all, layer 1. And these 4. Do. Evolving BGM. We'll add the layer 1. And then the evolving ones. All right. Let me share this. Copy. Let's turn that music back on. Did you find a solution to the wall jump hack? Mean you keep using the wall to climb? Yep. Yep, we just had to set the right values. Or I'm assuming you can see that in the latest level. We're gonna just have to be careful how we design the level itself to not have too many things close to the walls. But basically, if you hold it, you'll climb up a little bit, but eventually you'll kind of stall out, and the moment, like the velocity that you'll get from the wall itself, will just keep you in place, essentially. So it still has that sort of like bounciness to it, where you can go into the wall and like shoot yourself out. But you can't use it to just climb all the way to the top of the level. Another interesting little wrinkle that we like is that you move faster in water than you do in air for reasons. We're probably going to add like a little jet booster in the water or something. But that means that you can't get to this little circle up here if you just try and like ride this ramp. However, if you go slightly into the water when you do it, you can launch yourself at a speed that'll like get you to that circle. So there's a little bit of fun strategy and stuff there. If I have enough velocity, I can still jump using the wall. Oh, is that right? Like all the way up? Because you can... Do you have like a path that you're using or something? Because this isn't anywhere... This is all just like test playground stuff. We'll probably be designing the levels a little bit differently. But if there's any sort of exploits that we're not aware of... Oh, you stickied on the right wall. Oh, really? Hang on. How are you doing that? On the latest build? Do you mind recording yourself doing that? Because I don't know what you're doing. I jump between boxes on the right. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's fine. We're probably gonna make it so that there's not gonna be that many. Yeah, there's not gonna be that many things like where you can just like ride it up like this. This is just a little test playground. Steven's putting together an actual level, and we'll make sure that there's not a lot of places where you can do stuff like this. If that makes sense. As long as you can't climb up the wall just by itself, then we can control everything else just by figuring out where to put platforms and shit. Yeah. So we're just going to be deliberate in terms of like how we structure the levels. But the big thing is we shouldn't... This jumping on the wall gives you a slight upward trajectory as well as like an outward trajectory. And as long as that upward trajectory doesn't like get you too high up so that you can like keep climbing back up it, then that's all we really cared about. But yeah, we won't have anything unless we designed it to be a skip. We won't have anything that's like this, you know, because that just ignores like almost the entire level. This is just, I just put a bunch of random things in here so we could experiment with different like shapes, rotations, orientations, and stuff like that. So it's intentionally made to be like, go to this specific spot and try stuff out, not necessarily like get to the end as fast as you can, because there's probably a lot of really cheesy ways to do that. So yeah, we'll be working out something that's a little bit better paced. Yeah, there should be incentive to move around. We might add like some collectibles and things. I want this game to have a leaderboard, obviously. But if we add collectibles, those collectibles will probably need to be incorporated into the leaderboard. And we would have to be very careful with those collectibles, because we want players to find like skips and things that we never really thought that players would try, just to try and like make it to the end. And if they have to get collectibles as like, if the collectibles are worth enough points where they have to grab them to top those leaderboards, then that'll sort of disincentivize them finding those lines. So adding collectibles might disincentivize them to look for different strats or lines or things like that. It would take away from like the speedrunner aspect of it, but it could incentivize them to move around and try different places. We just wouldn't want the collectibles to limit their ability to go for the lines that they want. Would it make it more interesting, or would it be too restrictive, sort of thing, you know? Yeah, it really is going to come down to the design of the level, which Steven is going to be working on soon. We're trying to get that started as soon as possible, so that we can test it, iterate on it, and change it up, because this game's probably going to like live or die by its like final design of the level itself. It's going to have a lot of interesting strategies, at least one critical path that you can see, and then some opportunities for skips without like major game-breaking exploits. So that's going to take a lot of design and playtesting to really get working, get feeling right. Okay. Let's see. 29 games, 509 ratings, D2 Jam. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's sick. Congrats. When are results? I haven't been following that. I've been like in a whirlwind of jams and work lately. Are those like the final results? In 2 hours? Ah! Shit. We'll have to take a look. Hang on, let me double check. I'm pretty sure I did my ratings. Ratings given 7. Okay, cool. We did it. Wait, ratings received 25. Oh no, I was slacking. Damn it. I did not have time to rate a lot of games this jam. Shit, sorry. Fun to overlap with LD. Yeah. Compo wins in 5 hours. Fuck, I better get ready then. Right. Let's go back to that player. Animation. Ball left. Animations. Hiya. Sprite renderer, sprites. Do. This will be. Shit, this will actually be called light. Okay. Swim, float, fall. And then we need 2 more falls. Boink. Boink. Cool. Then another one. Deploy. Buoy. We're going to want to do an animator for this. Animation, animator. Ooh, look at all those things. Alright. Ugh, I hate navigating this thing. So we'll have an entry that enters at swim. I think we'll want it to enter at fall. So we'll do fall left, fall right, light. Oh, I see. Wait. What is this one doing here? Ugh. Fall left, light. There we go. All right, light. So this is where this will be our default here. So we enter here. From any states, I think we can do the buoy stuff. So deploy buoy and retract buoy. Boink. Boink. No exit time, it just goes. All of these will just go. Okay. Retract buoy, deploy buoy, and now here comes the tricky stuff. Let's move all these out over here. Okay. So when you fall right, you can either go into float right or fall left. Right. Oh, but how do we... How do we transition from like deploy buoy to... How do we actually want to do this here? We could actually just make all these any state, honestly. Do these have like a loop? Right, defaults. There's a way to set a loop, right? Surely. I think it's in here. Yeah, the loop time stuff. Okay. I think we can just set them to any state, honestly. That might be easier than having this little state machine ass thing. Nice and lazy. Oh boy, oh boy. And we'll just move these up. Yeah. And we'll do float right, swim right. Why? Just do this here. Float right, swim right. Fall right, light. Oh my god. And then fall right, heavy. Cool. And same here. Float left. Swim left. Fall left, right, light. Fall left, heavy. I don't think we need these. Yeah, we deleted these. Get rid of them. Okay. Online glass is fine. Okay. And then I guess we can just set some triggers. Seems fine. Okay. And then let's do these. Loop time, none. These can loop fine. I don't like what this looks like here, but it'll still work. Oh. Right. Heavy. Okay. And then the retract buoy is the only one of the one that's not going to loop. Okay. This one, condition, deploy buoy, condition, retract buoy, float left, swim left, fall left light, fall left heavy, float right, swim right, fall right light, All right, heavy. All right, cool. Huh. All of these have a motion. Great. Sweet. Now, I just do some animation stuff. Ba-ba. Alrighty then. Maybe I'll restart at state machines a little bit. I'm making the simplest one. We're not going to have any sort of like transitions or states between. They're all just going to go from the same base state here. It's fine. Basic animation state machine started. Okay. And now what I think I'm going to do is I want to pivot from the inputs that we have now, which is just poopy keyboard things. And I want to change that to the actual input manager thing. Down arrow, keycode S, yada, yada, yada. All right, we don't need this anymore either. And I think this is the only place that we have input stuff. All right. Oh, audio test stuff. We don't need that. We don't need that. Splash menu. We don't need that. Debug movement. We definitely don't need that. Yeah, it's just play controller. So it's just these things. Sweet. Cool. We can do that. Get rid of debug movement. Lord have mercy. We don't need that anymore. Just basic translation stuff. No, thank you. Input, input, input. Input system. Install. Because then we'll be able to map this to a controller, which I think will be real slick. We could even map it so that like the weight, the heavy mode is mapped to a trigger input instead of just like pressing down or something. I don't know, could be neat. Or A or something. I don't know if going down with it would feel good on an analog stick. We can see. Sure, restart the editor. You know what I'm feeling? Let's see. I'm feeling Subnautica. Alright. Sick. Now let's go to... I think I have a folder called input stuff, right? Yeah, it's just empty. Do. Oh, fuck. There we go. Bring this in here. player map. So we'll do the keyboard stuff first, make sure it still works. Hey. Left. Right. Did I do it again? Alright, GHD. And then that's D. Boink. Heavy. Or I guess I could just do down. S. All right, left will also be left arrow, wherever that is. There it is. Boink, finding right arrow. Finding down arrow. Okay. Cool. We'll make sure to autosave this. Do I have to like generate an asset for this? How did I do that again? Oh, generate C# class. Here we go. Aha. Okay. So now we'll go into this. No, I always forget how to do this here. Oh, do I get component for that? I think I do. Then we'll also set these up here. Oops. Later map actions. Let's see here. Unity player map actions. Let's do action map. Motherfucking Unity. Why can't I? Why? Yet in Firefox, here it is. That's so weird. Cancel. That's what we want. Jesus Christ. Input action.color context. Is that all we need there? Yes, it is. Shit. All right. So we got left, right, 0. Oh, we'll need a restart too. Okie dokes. We'll just do that. Okay, and then so that's left, right, restart, and then down. We change to heavy object, go heavy, and then this is just be change light object. Okie dokes. We don't need the renderer anymore. We don't need any of this anymore. The light material, heavy material, none of that. We don't need it. And we can just comment this out just in case we still need it. We probably don't, but you never know. And theoretically, this should work still. It should work exactly the same way as it did. Let's see if it does. I don't have player control set up. Where's the player? Prefabs. Okay. Player controller. No, not the player controller, actually. Remove. Inputs. Player input manager? Was that what it was? No, that's for networking stuff. Shit. Inputs. Is it just player input? Player controls, and then I think the rest of these are fine. We'll move this up. A little up. Boink. Okay. I think that's all we need. Okay. Let's see. No. All right. Let's double check what we did for Jive Train. I always forget this. Assets, scripts, launch manager, I think it was. Launcher. Nope, not launcher. Shit. Launch field or something. Here it is. Oh, wait, no, it's in controls manager. We put it all in one little thing. All right. Oh, we make a new one. Okay, that's what I thought. It's like, I don't remember getting components for these things. So player controls, new player controls. And then we enable them on enable. And then we set all these things up. Okay. And then what did we have to put on this thing? I think I still need to open up Jive Train. It's almost time for lunch. Oh, need my second cup of tea soon. All right, let's go to the scene here. Level 1. Jive Train jump scare. Launch field, we need a player input. Okay, so we do have that right. Bam. Player input. We got the player controls, player map, and that's all we need. Okay, cool. Get out of here, Jive Train. Okay. Boink. Uh-oh. It's not quite the same. Okay. Oh, I see. So we don't want this stop direction. Well, we do, but it's more like if is not player controls, player map, left is in progress, equals false, and if we're not hitting either left or right, then set the vector to 0. That seems like it'll fix it. Boom. Boom. Oh, does it still work with these? Yes, it does. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, oh. Oof, doing this right-handed feels weird. Okay, sick. Oh, fuck. Oh, and... Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, vroom, vroom, vroom. Oi. Oi. Okay. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Restart Tony Hawk. Everybody loves Tony Hawk. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Boom, boom. Sick. And then if we let go, then we stop. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Now that that's all put together, we can actually add some controller support. But we can also make down be another binding. We can make it space. Where is space? There it is. Boink. We can also do add a binding. It will be not a button, well, it can actually be a button. Bam. D-pad left, gamepad. Left. Add binding. Boink. This. Left stick left. Gamepad. Sweet. Alright, let's turn off this autosave for a second. So we're doing a lot of these. Right. Add binding. D-pad right. Gamepad. Add binding. Yeah. Bam. Left stick right. Gamepad. I mean, I guess we can also do add binding. Right stick left. Do. Add binding. Right stick right. And then down, we could do a bunch of things. What up, Gingy Beardy? It's a new day, jammers. It's a magical day. Okay, so for down, we'll have a bunch of things. We'll have add binding. I don't think... We'll try out down on the analog stick. I don't think I'm going to like it. Add binding. down on the D-pad. And binding. Down with the right. Oh, come on now. Gamepad. Down on the right stick. And then we'll also do another one. Ah. Right trigger. There's going to be a lot of these. Fuck, come on now. Jesus, why doesn't it let me just... There we go. Left trigger. Boink. And then we'll also do the... left shoulder. And binding. Right shoulder. Come on now. Right shoulder. Boom. All kinds of things. Restarts. You can either have the... We'll make it the select button and the start button. Boink. Okay. That's a lot of bindings. Save assets. Generate it. Sipping some fresh coffee. How about you? I'm out of tea, and I want to pour another cup, but whenever I drink tea, it like empties my stomach out or it makes me hungry, and I need to eat lunch first. So I'm trying to find a good stopping point for me to grab some lunch, and then I'll come back with some fresh tea. All right, let's see if these work, hey? We going gamepad mode now, baby. Ooh, actually. Ooh. Moving down feels pretty nice. Boom, 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 boom. We can also do it with the left stick. We can also do it with the D-pad. So, boom, 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 boom. What? And then we can also do like left and right, and then A goes heavy. Or A doesn't go heavy? Hang on. Down, D-pad down, yada yada yada. Oh, we didn't do the face buttons. Let's do the face buttons too. A, button south. Bam. I think we'll just do that one. Okay, shit. We'll do a quick little cheeky build here with the new controls up. It's not going to be as clear when your buoy is deployed or undeployed because I'm still working on the state machine, but at least the Reds can test out the new controls. The left stick actually feels surprisingly fluid. That sounded like the end of. Oh, it's not the end of Subnautica. Yay. All right, after I put this build up and notify the rudders, I'll probably go grab some lunch. Pierre Vandel, welcome to the Discord server. Always happy to see your shenanigans around. Alright, let's message the Reds here. Phew, this is taking a while to build. These new input things are zoinkers. Yet. Add that. Add that. Upload file. Cowboy controls. Right. Let's see if it works with a controller on a web browser. Uh-oh. Down isn't registering on an analog stick. Why? That's so weird. That's like the most important one. Huh? Damn it, Pierre. WebGL. Not navigating in WebGL only. Yeah, let me see this. The exact same bug in this. Somehow the analog sticks up down actions don't seem to register in WebGL builds. If you resolve this issue, you decide this issue is happening because the input system cannot explicitly recognize the device. It tries to dynamically map it as a joystick. Your controller should be seen as WebGL gamepad in input debugger window to work correctly. As a workaround, you could try using the y-axis for sticks and make sure they're clamped to the wrist. What? Are you kidding me? It's just a whole ass issue? What? Adding two bindings under navigate for left stick gamepad and right stick gamepad. What? Are you kidding me? It just doesn't work. Wow. That's insane. Web navigation processor. Round to int, normalize, round to int, normalize Y. Okay. Set up navigation for WebGL, gamepad left stick, processors, web navigate. Okay. Add binding, binding. New input binding. Whoa, what the fuck? That's crazy. Oh, you kidding me? That's so lame. But it feels so good on analog, man. That fucking sucks. I'm assuming this still works, yeah. Unable to prioritize fixing this bug. Damn. Create this class. What the fuck? goes on this. No. Ah. Ah. That sucks. Oh man. Okay. Because it feels so good on an analog stick like this. All right. Let's just change this message then. Rail to scale. Why'd that come into your head, brain? Sick. Sorry, I was putting soundtracks of D2 Jam together in a YouTube playlist. Nice. Listen to the very beginning of the soundtrack and already sucked me. Yep. That's Gorley, isn't it? He said that was his voice. That's going to be awesome. Most of that playlist is going to be Grim Fables. Dude did like four soundtracks during that jam. What a legend. Half of it is grim. Yeah. Alrighty, we have an updated build that will basically feel the same, except now you can use space to descend. Let me actually edit this. S down space. Gamepad is also supported, though not with analog input, which are broken on WebGL. That's so sad that just like vertical input on analog sticks just don't work in WebGL. And that's an issue that Unity is aware of and are not prioritizing to fix. That's what I did in LD56, different tracks for 4 games. That's fucking insane, man. Y'all are crazy. All right, we're gonna close Unity so that I don't have any issues with the domain completion stuff again, because it doesn't like to be open too long. Close this out, close you out. Just consolidate some things here. Let's set a timer, because we are going to be going to lunch. 15, 20. That seems good. Okay. Let's come back at 3:30. See what OBS is looking like. Looking good. But we are going to turn the camera off and turn on some fish. And I will be back momentarily. Oh, we back.
The Wingles.
The Windows.
The Wingles.
Excuse me. Fishing's going away soon. Whoa, Jonas at the way out in front. Going for the world record. All right, this will be your last fish, then I gotta turn it off. All right. Pomo asked for some voice recordings here. Yeah. We'll get them to you right quick. I'm not going to do too many takes on them, but... recording device. I want it to be microphone FX. All right. Dwingles! Dwingles! Dwingles. What could be another one? Hang on. Dwingles! Dwingles! That one's not bad. Dwingles. All right. Those two are good takes. And these two. So we'll do. Export selection. Send it right to the desktop. Export. Export. Yeah. Let's see, what other one could I do? The Wingles. The Wingles. One take Andy right here. Yeah? Uh-huh. Hi. How are you? Oh, yeah? Hmm? What got auto-modded? Oh, yeah. The forbidden cat sound. Oh, my cord. There we go. Upload files. Dwingles 1, 2, and 3. Boink. Okay. Okay. Controller doesn't work on WebGL. That's fine. Yeah, it's on the lap. You know what that means. Christ. Oop. This is gone. This is gone. Okay. Who's that? What's that doing? Wait. What? Mother of fuck. Go. There you go. Get in there. Freak out. There she is. Yeah. Who's a pretty princess? Teacher jam result in 15 minutes. I might be busy, but I can take a peek. Maybe.
Come on now. Wait, why did I open up? Fuck. Why did I open up Jive Train? No. Holy Jam 57. That was a jump scare. There we are. All right, we got to update this animator with some new states. 2 more. So it'll be buoy deploy left. Deploy buoy left. Deploy buoy right. Yeah. Retract buoy. Left. Yes. Yes, I can. Hello. Where's me? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Easy peasy. Alright, player. Let's add another one. In animations, deploy buoy right. This is basically just going to be the same here. Burp. Just copy that. Paste. And that's all that one is actually. Deploy buoy left. We have to add a flip X. Boink. Boink. Get rid of that, please. And then for retract buoy left, we have to do the same thing. Get rid of that. Bam. I'll just copy this. Retract buoy right. I did this fucking thing again, didn't I? Retract buoy right. There we go. Paste. And then get rid of this. Are we in? Okay. So now we go back to this. Where are those other states at? Huh? Where'd they go? Here we are. Down this way. So these will go here. These will go here. All right. Now that that's all set up. I think we can just do this. This cat looking. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't really need this open in another window here. Actually, you know what we can do? So we'll just do a. Kitty, yeah. He's tired. Yeah, right. All right. So float, swim, play, fall, animation. Should do there. Light and heavy, and then okay. That should be fine there. Actually, what we could do is just there we are. Now let's swap these back. Okay, back to the player. Zip, zip, zip. We don't even need a mesh render anymore on this thing. Or cube mesh. Get that out of here. We have the animator, and now we just need a layer animator. All right. And that should theoretically do that. And now I just have to hook all this stuff up. So the player controller is going to need a reference to the player animator. Does the buoyant object need anything? I don't think so. I think it's just the player controller. Okay. So now we just need to call these in the right spot. We don't need this process inputs function anymore, thank God. I don't think we call update drag anywhere. Nope, let's get rid of it. Don't call update anywhere, although we might soon. We kept these max velocities, yada yada yada. If, let's see here, this dot buoyant object is heavy, is equal to true. Well, actually, oh, we need the floats. No, we got the floats, I think. Float animation, yep, okay. Actually, no, that's not what we want. This isn't actually where we want to do it. Huh. Maybe we want these to be bulls. Hmm. Do I actually want to make a state machine out of this? I mean, I don't want to, but should I? Not really. Because if I'm falling right lights, that mean I can... D2J results out, let's take a peek. I'm not gonna have time to talk about them too much, but I am curious. Oh, nice. You sort of organize it like this. That's cool. Voiced. Second, third. Nice job, Fregston. Disco Track. I love Disco Track. Congrats, Boats and Pomo. I don't know. I think these are too high. 4.5 for creativity. I guess that's fine. 4.22 for graphics. Sure. Gameplay. Not our greatest. Overall, I think that's a bit high. Emotional delivery. Sure. Theme. Hey, I thought we did pretty outright on the theme. Neato though. That's pretty sick. I'll have to dissect those a bit later though. You want gameplay and theme park? Nice job. Yeah, she's ferocious, Pierre. She ferocious. Okay. Jesus Christ. Fine. We'll make a state machine out of this. All right. Fall right light. You can turn into fall right heavy. Boink. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Fall right heavy can turn into fall right light. It can also turn into float right. And it can turn into fall left light. Just gonna do the same here. All right. And then float right can turn into swim right. And vice versa. Which can also turn into, oh boy, fall right heavy. And vice versa. Hello. Fall left heavy can go here. These can transition to each other. Uh-huh. Do float left. Ha. Can turn to swim left and vice versa. Swim left can turn to swim right and vice versa. What a nightmare state machine. Okay. Now, the buoy deploys. Buoy deploy right. Can turn into float. No, it can turn into falling right light, right? Well, hang on. This one's tricky. Because buoy deploys when we let go of down. And it'll just be there on its own. So it won't go to the falls, but it can do fall left, right, fall right, light. Swim left, swim right. I don't think it'll transition to float at all. This game's main character called David Bowie. No, it's called Kobe Buoyant. So that's already set in stone. That's a good one though. If I'm floating right, the buoy's already deployed. So it's just fall left light, fall right light, and swim left, swim right. Okay. Huh. Wait, no. Let me get rid of that. Yeah. 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 And I think this can happen from anywhere, I would say. Is that right? Yeah, because any state can go to this, so boink. Oh wait, that's deploy buoy right though. So we don't want it to go to the left ones here. We just want it to hit these two. Deploy buoy left, we'll do swim, fall. Okay. And then retract. Let's spread these out a little more. Actually, deploy buoy left and right can only come from the heavy state. That makes sense. That's the only time we'll be deploying a buoy. All right. And then retracting can come from anywhere. So retract buoy left, and that'll only really go to the fall heavy state. Retract buoy right, the fall right state. All right. Look at that. All right, now the fun part is hooking it all up. Hmm? Oh, this is happening in the inspector, isn't it? Yes, it is. This state machine is a work of art. I like the symmetry of it. All right. So retract buoy right. Easy peasy. Retract buoy left. Fall left heavy. Fall right heavy. All right. And let's just go to each. Let's just start with this day because I don't want to miss any of these. Swim left. Wait. Deploy buoy left shouldn't go to the heavy. Oh wait, no, heavy transitions to that. So that goes to deploy buoy that. Buoy left, cool. This one, fall left light. Okay. And then, all right, so this one's done. Let's do this one next. Boop, boop, boop. Swim left goes to float left. Okay. Oh wait, no, this is backwards. Float left goes to swim left. Swim left goes to float left. Okay, then we'll do this one. Swim left can turn into fall left heavy. Fall left heavy. Fall left heavy can't transition to swim left because it has to transition to buoy deploy left. So that works. All right. Swim left turns to swim right. Nope, nope, nope. Swim right turns to swim left. All right. So this one's all done. Now let's do this one. That one's done. That one's done. Float left can turn into fall left light. Swim left can also turn into fall left light. Okay. All right. Fall left light can turn into float left. Wee. All right. This one's done now too. Now let's go on to this one. That one's done. That one's done. Fall left heavy can turn into. Can it turn into fall left light? No. Because it's got to go through deploy buoy first. And then fall left light can't turn into fall left heavy because it's got to go through retract buoy first. Okay, sick. So it really only moves left and right when we're falling. So this will be fall right heavy. Oh boy. Fall left heavy. Great. So that one's complete. That's done. That's done. Fall left light can turn to fall right light. Fall right light can turn to fall left light. Okay. That one's done. Da, da, da. These don't do anything. This needs to be connected here. Oh wait, it is connected there. Okay. This needs to be connected here. Okay. Fall right light can turn to float right. Float right can turn to fall right light. Okay. This one. Fall right light. Uh-huh. This one. Fall right light. Great. And this one is done. Float right can turn to swim right. Can it? I believe it can, yeah. Wait, hang on. Yes. Because you can fall into it. Oh, snipe that. And then float right. Cool. This one's done. Let's do this one next. Swim right. Those two are done. This one, we can only transition from swim right. Wait. Swim left to fall left heavy. No, we can't do that. Because we got to retract the buoy first. So there's no connection between swim left and falls. Or swims and falls. Okay. This, fall right light. Okay, so that one's done. This one, I believe, is done. Nope. Wait. Yeah, so this should go to deploy buoy right. Okay. All right, heavy. Great. I think we're done. Huh. All right. Well, hopefully that's all hooked up properly. All right. Let's bring this over here. And now we got to actually play these things at the right time. And I think we can do this on an update loop now, because we won't have to worry about triggering it multiple times. So at the very least, we can do go heavy here. This,
Well, actually, these don't need trigger transitions. They'll just go right into it. And then buoy left. I guess this one does have an exit time. Yeah, this one has an exit time. Deploy buoy left can go into either of these two. So that's fine. But retract buoy left and right, they'll just go automatically into the fall state. Okay, that's helpful. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, what's going on here? Oh, that's the... Gotcha. Play, retract, buoy animation. Maybe we don't need a facing direction. Fuck it. We'll just do it. If this dot move direction dot x is greater than 0, then we play the right one. Otherwise, we play the left one. You showing off your little toe beans? Oh, we can't see your toe. There he is. Yeah. There's your little toe beans. So the tricky thing with deploy buoy left and right is that it can go either to the fall state or the swim state. Maybe I can set both of those triggers and then they'll go. We'll try it.
probably have to. What up? No. 3713. How you doing? So if we play that, and then... Can you rate a game I made? Unfortunately, not now. We're in the middle of making a game ourselves. So... Nah, sorry. We're busy. We're on a tight deadline here. We got less than about 24 hours to submit ours. Maybe if you come back next weekend, though, we'll be playing a bunch of Ludum Dare games that people made. All right, so we're going to play the deploy animation. And then it's going to have to transition to either falling or swimming, depending on whether or not we're underwater. So, how do we want to do that? Because if we have an animation that's... When you hold A or D and then press the opposite side, you don't go to the side you're holding. Yes, that is true. We might be able to fix that. That's a tiny little bug that's... Well, hang on. Is it a tiny bug or is it a big deal? Let's see. It might be a big deal depending on how that feels. So you do, it just prioritizes right. And I think we can fix that. Oh, wait. No. It does. So if I hold right and then press left, it'll go left. If I hold left and press right, it'll go right. But when I let go of right. Yeah, I think that's what you said. When you hold A or D, and when you press the opposite side, you go in that direction, which is good. But when you let go, if I'm holding right and I press left and then let go of left, I still go left, even though I'm holding right. But that's not the worst thing in the world. But we'll see if we can fix it if we have time. Thanks for trying it out, though. Everything else feels nice. That's good to know. Hmm. Hmm. We are going to want to change that a little bit. So we're going to need to add a cooldown on retracting and deploying your buoy. Because otherwise you can like cancel out of those animations. And that's going to be a mess. Okay, so this is gonna be weird. I want to add a cooldown on the down button. Just a really light one. Like a 0.2 of a second, essentially. Okay. So if I were to hit it and then let go and hit it again. Hmm. Tricky dicky. What you doing? Hmm. Feel like you should hear me out. When you reach the top of the level, famous R&B singer Beyonce is waiting for you on a boat and sings all the oh my god. I'll get the reds right on that. Yeah. Okay. So you play it, and if I were to let go, as it's inflating again, I don't want to retract it. So if I hit it again, I don't trigger it unless like the time since last buoy change was less than
0.4 seconds. And then from there, if it's still being pressed, then I'll do the go heavy. But if they mash it a bunch, if you love it, then you should have put a tube in. God damn it. All right. Hi. Press it again. And then I press it again. We'll only have one code routine going at a time. Hi. Congratulations. One more. One more for the big 3-0. Okay. If I... If I let go of the heavy, bye-bye. Go get your food. No more cat cam. Don't want it to just turn into a crotch cam. If I let go of the heavy button while it's already retracting it, it needs to reinflate. Hmm. Hmm.
Okay, hang on. Okay. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Else, yeah. Then if it's still holding it, then we go ahead. So basically be the same. Except we go light. There's definitely a better way to do that, but I don't care. Okay. So this should at least not only add a delay or a cooldown on either going heavy or light, transitioning between the two. That might feel bad though. Well, let's see. Let's just see, huh? Oh. That'll do. Oh, shit. Do this. Delay coroutine is equal to that. Delay coroutine is equal to that. You want to come back up? Actually, this actually doesn't feel terrible. Oh, hang on. Did for a second there. Yeah, I don't like that. Oh, and now it's heavy and I'm not touching anything, so that's bad. Oh, right, because this is wrong. Equal to false. There we go. Cat cam's back. Don't call it a comeback. There she is. Oh, I have a lot of headroom up here, huh? Oh well. There she is. There she is. Okay. Let's try this again because I had the wrong settings. See, that's bad. Oh, right. All right. Maybe we do this. Maybe this isn't the underwater music I'm looking for. Oh, let's do a Dredge soundtrack. Oink. Snag that, throw it here. Change to heavy, play the animation. Change the time since last buoy thing. Okay. And then let's lay heavy coroutine instead of going heavy. Is that right? So if I hit that, and then I'm in the delay coroutine, I wait for a little bit. Maybe I do it like this. Do it like that instead. I won't change that there. We'll just do the set heavy. Yeah, let's try that. How much time left? Let's see. "26 hours. 2 hours until the compo ends. That's for the solo people who do it in 48 hours. I have to take my meds. Fine. But we have an extra day. So we have 26 hours. So an extra 24 hours on top of there too. So not too bad. Sunday's usually our longest day. We usually stay up pretty ungodly late. And sometimes I watch the sunrise. So we'll see how that goes. Okay. Solo people have less time. Yeah, they can choose. So there's two different jam types here. There's the compo, and then there's the jam itself. On the compo, you can still use game engines, but all of the art assets, music, and code that you write has to be stuff that you originally made within the 48-hour time period, and you can only do it by yourself, and you have 48 hours. This was what Ludum Dare used to originally be when it was first started. And then there's the jam version where you can have as many team members as you want.
you can use third-party assets or assets that you've used in other projects. The majority of the stuff should be, stuff that you make in the weekend. It's kind of like an honor system thing. But you can use like third-party music, third-party assets, and stuff like that if you can't make art or if you can't compose music. And they give you an extra day. So that's the one that we always do. I might catch you when I wake up tomorrow then. Yeah, you might. Sometimes people say good night and good morning to me on the same stream on Sundays. It all depends on how in the zone I feel like I am. I haven't been pulling all-nighters lately because they've been knocking me the fuck out, but it's not unreasonable for me to stay up till like 3 or 4 in the morning on Sunday. Thank you for the follow, Nepal. Alright. Does this feel okay? Alright, I think I want that delay to be even shorter. Honestly, the delay is working, which is good. Let's half it. Ay, ay, ay. My cat came on? Yes, it is. Oh, 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 oh. Actually, okay. What state is it in right now? It's probably fall right heavy or something. Once you get that second incline blob of water, you just hold D and insta-win. Yeah, this is just a little test level right now, just to see what kind of neat things we can do traversal-wise. It wasn't really meant to be like a challenging level. My favorite thing to do is go up on this part right here. You don't just hold D, because you gotta make sure that you're slightly in. You're slightly in the tube of it, so you can pick up speed in the water. You can kind of easily accidentally do it, but you can't just do it when you're like just gliding on top of this thing. Gotta have the right momentum. Let's change like 1/10 of a second here. Okay, that feels all right.
What are you working on? I'm working on the animation state machine. I'm just messaging Andrew to coordinate with him about that. There are going to be some issues with it because, like, we sort of oscillate between, like, heavy mode and light mode pretty fast. So the animation for, like, deploying your little buoy thing needs to be, like, real snappy. This is, like, around 0.4 seconds of an animation. And I tried to add a like a 0.4 second cooldown on like your state changing, so you can't like change instantly, and it felt awful. So I was telling him we're gonna need to make that animation either really snappy, like a couple of frames, or we have to have like the animations not necessarily like this deploy and this retract thing, not necessarily match the current state of the player. So like if they go light mode, they'll start floating the moment this animation starts and not when it finishes. And then vice versa for retracting. They'll start sinking the moment they hit that button, and then they'll start, you know, retracting their buoy. The other tricky thing is going to be, what if the player changes their state when they're already in an animation, like a state change animation? So if they're like shooting out their balloon and then in the middle of shooting out their balloon, they hit the heavy button, should we just transition right to the retract your balloon state, like animation? I don't want to do anything too crazy complicated because there's a lot of other things that we need to do in the game to complete it. So we don't need like a flawless character animator, but we just need at least one that isn't confusing. So I'm trying to think here. We can have the animations maybe independent of can we have them independent of inputs? Not really. A little bit we can. Basically everything but the down, the heavy button can be done without inputs. So honestly, what we can probably do is we can have all of the animation happen on a separate logic line. Once you leave the water, it feels like you shouldn't be able to go down. How you mean? So you mean like when you hit the heavy button, it feels like you shouldn't like accelerate towards the ground faster? We can change that. I thought it was kind of neat, but yeah, I'm literally just manipulating gravity when I do that. So we have a where is that? Here? Yeah. So I literally just double gravity when you go heavy mode in the air. I don't know. I kind of thought it was neat, but if it feels weird, we could take a look at it. Yeah, because that's literally just a one thing. Or a one line change, honestly. I can keep like the gravity changing logic, but just change the heavy gravity to be the same as light gravity. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I think that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna completely divorce the animation logic from the player movement and input logic. So I'm just gonna remove the delay entirely, or just set it to 0, and we can change it to whatever we want. But how many people on this team? 3.5. I'm working closely with 2 artists, a 3D artist and a 2D artist. And Brainoid, a resident local of LD, has graciously donated his time to compose some music for us. So that's what he's doing. P Chilling. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We got to build up on itch. If you want to test it out, it's in the pinned comment. Basically, it's a super simple little platformer game where you can move left and right, but you can't jump. All you can do is change your weight to go into some water. And then when you release, your buoyancy will push you up. So each of these little blocks here is going to be a little water blob that you can like sink into and push yourself out of. And you got to get all the way, oh boy, to the end of the level. This is just a test level to test the limits of our traversal stuff, see where the weak points are, see where it feels good, where it feels weird. And then you get to the top and see a congratulations. Art courtesy of Andrew Rudd, who is currently working on our character design right now. Boing. But it's going good. It's feeling pretty neat. Okay. We are getting rid of this player animator here. And we're just going to do everything on the other side of things here, on the player animation side of things. So the this one. We'll make all these privates. Okay. And now here we'll just have you're going public now, buddy. No, you don't have to go public. Ah, but you will. Mwahahaha. All right. And then buoyant object we need to know is heavy, essentially, which we had that. Okay. Cool. Okay. Air update loop. So, wait, we also want the player controls from this. All right. Map that down plus equals down dot performs. How do we want to do this? Action dot callback context. I'm already raging. Yay. It's not supposed to be like that, like rage gamey. We might have some tricky sections here and there, but we're trying not to make it feel completely like getting over it or something like that. It's hopefully supposed to just be like a fun thing to play around with and then maybe potentially get good at. Ooh. Okay. So I think we're gonna add this here.
deploy buoy left. This is gonna be weird. You know what? I think I need to remake these triggers. I don't think I want them. I think I want booleans. That's gonna suck. Oh yeah, that stuff always comes together in like the last 12-ish hours. So you can look forward to that. We have like some character design stuff. Steven is got some cool like little water graphics that can blob and bubble around and stuff. It's looking neat. Thing pops out in the back fast. It's about to be a pain in the butt. What's the story with the cabbages? My last name is Slosky. The channel's name was Koslosky because I thought it was a funny pun back in 2016 before I ever started streaming. My buddies and I were joking, so like, oh, if you had a fan base name, what would it be? And somebody sarcastically said, oh, the Cabbage Patch. And I was like, no, it's not going to be called the Cabbage Patch. It ended up eventually being called the Cabbage Patch. So what I did was I made this little bot in Unity to give everyone little like custom cabbages that'll like bounce around and say things at chat. I thought it was kind of neat. I liked building something like that. And then about a year or so back, I made a little customizer for it as well. So you can go to that link, log in with your Twitch, and you can design your own cabbage. And then if you hit save, it'll turn into that cabbage. So it'll like bounce around and have your own little brands to it. We also have a channel point reward that's like our VIP reward for 20,000 points to get your own custom image added to the customizer. So you can see that one of the people here has a little Down to Jam logo that they redeemed, and now they can use that on their custom cabbage. And that's basically the long and the short of it. Okay. Hello, baby. How's OBS looking? It's looking all right. Let's turn the lights on. Bing. Aha. Okay. So this is going to be annoying. But we need to get rid of all of these here. What do I get if I reach 1K points for fishing? The top of the leaderboard. We do have an annual award show every year where we go over some of like the best stream moments, best clips, who had the best worst takes, who had the best takes, favorite game of the year, least favorite game of the year. This year we're also going to be doing Cabby awards for viewers, so I'm keeping track of a yearly leaderboard instead of just the weekly one that we have right now. And whoever scores the most points on that yearly leaderboard will earn the honor of, just bragging rights of saying you scored the most points out of any other chat member this year, sort of thing. So that'll be what you could get. But it's going to be a hotly contested, oh boy, a hotly contested space, because we have a lot of regulars that like to show up and go for those points. God damn it, this sucks. I need to set these bools up. I'm ready to go pro on that. Do it. Ugh. Annoying. This is annoying. Let's set them as bulls. Shit. Any other ones I'm missing here? Got swims, deploy, retract. Okay, cool. All right, now we got to go through all of these transitions again. Or do we? Oh my god, it set them all. Holy shit. I mean, we can set these. All left heavy. All right heavy. Player transition states fall left heavy, fall right heavy does not exist. Nani. It's right there though. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Just double check all these here. Thank God I named them the exact same. Holy. Oh, okay. Fall right heavy. All right. Okay. Right. Deploy buoy right. That's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. That's good. Holy shit, that saved me so much time. Okay, so now we'll go back to that player animator. Trigger heavy animation, trigger light animation. All right. If this player controller move direction is equal to vector 3 left, play buoy, retract buoy animation facing direction left. Otherwise, whoa.
Do the same here. Play. Actually, we don't need a facing direction anymore. I don't need this anymore. Just do this. We'll set this up here. And then we'll basically do the same thing. Bam. Bam. Look at that cabbage. And it's got the glittery crown and everything. Nice. You're using one of my favorite mouths. It's one of my favorites to use. Okay, so now we're not setting triggers, we're triggering booleans, and we're going to want to rescind them. Or maybe the buoy left and right can be triggers. Just passing out. And then everything else can be a bool that we can set. No. This is gonna be jank. Oof, look at you go, Pomo. Can you get to triple digis? It went too far, as they always do. Oi, oi, oi. That spooked me for a sec. Nice nuke. Okay, so now we don't need these. I wish I could see. Yeah, right. Oh man, she is zonked. I don't know if the camera will be able to pick it up, but she also will do like little twitches and things. Yeah, when she goes full on, just like her mouth is just pressed against my leg right now. Sometimes she'll just drool. Oh, I felt a twitch. Yeah, her favorite spot in the apartment is usually on someone's lap. Actually, we can just do this. Boink. 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 This actually might not work out the way I thought. Hello, good morning. Hmm. Hmm. Wonder if I can do this in the animation here. Thank you. I've been working hard on. Oh, look at you. Showing off your little toes. Oh my god. Okay. All right, so we don't need this anymore. We'll just be setting rules here. You. Yeah. Let's see. That should all be fine. And now let's look at the rest of these states here on another monitor. Zzz, zzz. Big ol' conditional statements. All right. Player controller. Buoyant object that is heavy is equal to true. Actually, we can just do this.
fall, swim, float, and then we got deploy and retract. Okay. And these have an exit time. I guess they shouldn't. Those will transition immediately to like deploy if we hit them. The fall will have an exit time though. Okay. Poof. This seems risky. All right. Well, that's the animator. Hereditary just said, it is a great day. Hey, that's awesome. That's awesome, Diesel. Those days come few and far between for me, but when they happen, 2 inches in waist size. That's insane, my boy. Nice. That's fucking awesome. Congrats. I need to lose a few pounds myself. Oh, all right. These aren't fall. Okay, fall, float, swim, float. Okay. Fall, right, heavy. All right, let's see. Did I type that wrong? Oh, clear bool value. That's not what I want. I want clear bool. Fall, right, heavy. All right. Fall, left, light. Okay. Let's just change this to focused here. Fall, left, light. Has no receiver. Are you missing a component? No. All right, let's just double check all these here. Bam. Okay. Bam. All right. May have clicked the wrong one on a few of these. All right, we're good. Body jeans haven't worn this side. Oh, that's fucking awesome, man.
Congrats on that. Okay. This doesn't seem to be causing any issues. Changing colors, that's neat. Let's see if alright, we're gonna do something stupid here. Just gonna make it bigger so I can read it. Yay. Fall, float, swim, float. Oh, wait, what was that? Oh, yeah, we shouldn't be going into swim at all. Zoom. Okay, float, swim, float, float. Buoy in, fall, fall, fall. Okay. Yeah, swim. Alright, we're swimming left. That's not good. Okay. Why is this happening? Float, swim, float, 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 float. We shouldn't be swimming. Hang on. Thank you for the follow, Callie Nuz. Wait a minute. Okay, maybe not the facing direction. Although, jam or compo? Jam. If it were compo, I'd be shitting my pants right now. Jam indeed. So instead of move direction, maybe we do... we need the rigid body. So... buoyant object, buoyant rigid body, velocity.x. If it's less than 0, then we do this. Okay. It's heavy. Alright, we're not submerged. And then we set the fall animation, but if we are submerged and fully submerged. Interesting. Maybe I have it set to the wrong thing here. Swim, float, fall, float, fall, float, fall. Okay. And then if I go, oh, that's not what we want. It's not changing. Okay, so maybe we don't want. Gotcha. Okay. There's another one. Just copy paste these here. What an ugly function. Alright. Now let's double check some of these animations here. Ooh, yeah, buoy out. Buoy out. Ball. 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 Floats. Floats. Oh, this should be buoy in. Swim left. Swim right. Okay. Alright. Fuck it, let's try it. Alright, why is it going swim here? That's weird. It should be going into. Hmm. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Interesting. Oh, okay, buoy out, swim, float, fall, float, okay. This isn't working. Float right, eh? Oh, this should transition to float left. Shit. Make transition, boink. We ugly now. Float left. Float right. Yes. All right. So let's swim right. Okay. That's all looking fine and dandy. Okay, that should do some things. Okay, buoy out. All right, light, eh? Okay, so I suppose this should also go here. This should go here. Let's go. Keep up the good work. Consistency is most important in the heart. Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. I'm trying so hard to get in better shape, and it's a pain in the ass. Definitely admire the people who are able to do that. Yeah, animations fucking suck, man. I'd still prefer to work on this than UI though. If this So if we're not submerged, we set the fall animations, but if we are submerged, we should clear those booleans. What a mess. What a mess. I don't know if this is even a good idea. All right, let's see what happens. There you go. You getting out? All right, this is pretty decent. Hmm. Wonder what that was. Okay. Looking pretty decent. Oh, wait, shit. I need to change these back to normal sized.
Okay. All right. Well, that's animation's mostly done. What? Who? Everyone? Yay. Okay. Um. Right. What happens if I... Gotcha, okay. That's maybe be good, huh? Okay. Look at this real quick. All right, I think we can do this here. Stop direction.
When you push, does that go to the latest build? No, that just goes to the GitHub. I'll be pushing a new build in a couple seconds here, or in a couple minutes once I fix this this issue that you brought up in terms of like holding and releasing keys at the same time, not doing things properly or not reading the input. So let's just do move direction perspective and left. I wish it was that simple to just push it right to the WebGL build. All right, let's see if that fixes it. So I hold left, I hold right, I let go of right, I go left. Sick. I hold right, I go left, I let go of left, I go right. Sick. Looks like I fixed it. Ah. Fixed issue with inputs not registering when held. Hold left, tap right? Sure. Hang on. So there is some acceleration at play, so you won't immediately go right. You're going to have to, like... Yeah. So you do need to hold it to, like, actually ramp up some speed. But this is about what I would expect in terms of, like, if I were to tap it. Alright. Let's throw a build together. Now hold my hand and tap dance. No. Gotta pay for my dinner first. Go be buoyant. Well, I can normally do that, but oh, yep, I can still go. You can hit. Not your fucking monkey chat. What a hairy little girl. I refuse out of principle. Not because I can't. I just don't want to. You don't know me. You're not God. Oof, I'm gonna need to set up all of these animations with the sprites once I get them. Boo. Boo. Bleh. Oh, Baba.
Boy, I love looking at loading bars. Yo, what the fuck is Dude Ranch? That is one of our more popular games. I'm assuming you're on our LD page. The best pizza sauce. That is also true. Dude Ranch is one of our first keyboard cowboy games. I think it was like our third one. We're basically you're just a little horsey. No, it was our 1, 2, 3, 4. It was our fifth one. Oh my god. You're basically a horse, little Pecos here, and you're wrangling up dudes on your ranch. It's it was one of the games that kind of put us on the map in terms of that's when I met y'all. Yeah, that's when a lot of people met us. This is when we also first started streaming Ludum Dare games as well. So a lot of people tend to remember that one. Yeah, we got the Dude Ranch emotes too, baby. I think we have a couple others. Hang on, let me find them all. There they are. So that's Dude Ranch. That's probably one of the weirder ones that we made just on face value. I think the weirdest one we've ever made was Mouthfeel, where it's basically like a speech simulator, and you're acting as an alien who's a famous soap opera star, and you have to try to manually say each and every syllable, because you don't normally think about the shape that your lips make, the position of your tongue, the vibrations of your vocal cords whenever you say a word. But what if you had to? Oh, I get it now. I'm glad you're catching on, Jonas. Yeah, we tend to make a lot of weird shit. What you're actually seeing us make now is probably one of our more grounded experiences. We tend to get real fucking weird with it sometimes. But yeah, if you're curious, I'm sure you're already on the page if you've found Dude Ranch, but this is a list of all the LD games that we've made so far. Doing this since LD 43. I've been doing it a little earlier. I did one compo way back in the day, and then I think another compo back on the old LD site. But ever since then, we've been doing the Keyboard Cowboys. When did we get back to the weird shit? We already got the weirdness out of our system with Jive Train, Gorley. I'm kidding. We're usually due for like one serious looking game every couple of jams. So we had that for Wayward here. We had that for Aloft. Even though this one still had a bit of humor to it with its like quappy kind of control scheme. And then Split Decision is definitely one of our more serious ones as well. There's not a lot of humor in this. And there's not a lot of good game here either, in my opinion. Yeah, so it happens every like 4 to 5 jams. We'll accidentally do something serious. Oh yeah, we vibing, boy. We done? We're done. Okay. Kobe Buoyant. Kobe Anim Skeleton. Alright. This one's going to be very similar to the build that we already have, but now we have an animation skeleton that's ready to start plugging in Andrew's art assets once he's done with them. Where is it? There it is. And it also has a bug fix courtesy of Jonas, who found it for us. Thank you. Let's just make sure it runs. How you doing, cutie? Well, you must be very tired if you're letting me touch your paws. Here we go. So, you'll see a bunch of color changes. Just try to ignore them. Uh-oh, that's not good. Hang on. What was that? Okay. Whoa, what was that? Alright, it's stuck in float. That's not good.
And now it's stuck in buoy out. Oh boy, that's all bad. What is going on there? Alright, I'm glad I built and tested this because shit's busted, yo. Go back to this real quick and test it. Okay, so what's going on there? Yeah. Damn, girl is going full pancake. Boom. Alright. Boom. How did it get like that? Oh wait, we're stuck in buoy out again. Why? It's transitioning between fall left heavy and float left, which makes sense. I guess when I'm hitting... And now we're stuck in fall left heavy, even though... Wait, deploy buoy right. Oh, I see. That's weird. Oh, I hate state machines so much. How do I look? Nice. Ugh. We need a Print-A-Gasca. I didn't have time to set something like that up. Let's just take these out of here, huh? Y. Alright. Maybe we won't have a left and a right. Okay. Maybe we'll just flip it based on the move speed. We're doing a different state machine here. This is too gross. Animator. Animator over controller, animator controller, I think. Yeah. There. There we go. Set that to yes. Alright. Okie dokes. So, new animations here. Floats. Swim. Fall. We can still do fall light and fall heavy. We'll do player flow just in case. Player swim. Player fall light. Player fall heavy. Alright, so float, swim, fall, buoy deploy, buoy retract. Deploy, buoy. Retract, buoy. Alright. And that's all we have. Shit. What's stopping a team from entering the game jam with a game that they've already worked on for a year? Shame. That's about it. There's no prize to winning Ludum Dare. So there have been people who have been caught, quote unquote, like cheating. It's also going to be extremely obvious if somebody like spent longer than a weekend on a game generally. So people will pick up on that and, you know, vote accordingly because this is a community voted sort of jam. It really isn't about winning or losing all that much. More so, it's just a good opportunity to learn new things, you know. And if you decide to just squander that opportunity, that's kind of just on you. So, basically that. Ball can go to floats. Float can go to swim and vice versa. Float and swim can go to ball. Whoops. Alright. Ball light can go to ball heavy, and vice versa. Swim can go here, and vice versa. But ball heavy cannot go to floats. If I let go and I'm partially submerged, I mean, I might have to actually. Just in casesies. Can we just do an any state on this and then just give some of these like an exit time? Like if I were to make transition to base and have say this as in this is shit. If I do a trigger. No, I think we want a bool. Let's say that has exit time. Maybe we can just do that. Layer, float. Layer, up. Swim. What's the lore of this game? I'm not 100% sure. Andrew is the one who's developing all that stuff. We're basically kind of like a scientist android robot thing that's trying to escape the bottom of the ocean. I think after some sort of like accident at the facility or something. But we're basically trying to climb up to the ocean surface, starting from the lowest layer. Layer swim. There we are. Alright. A much less sexy state machine, but maybe it'll work. New anime. Layer animator. Your mom had an ex. Okay, Diesel. Okay. All right. You know, I think someone's in too good a mood. Grab all these, paste it in here. Is it just me or is he muted? Let me check OBS. Hello. It's probably just you. Because I can hear myself. I can see the meter moving on stream. Did I fall for something stupid? Okay. Sound is good. Thanks, Mark. Thank you, thank you. All right. All right, we're just gonna do this. Submerge, so we don't care about left or right anymore. Just gonna set this. Layer, float. And that's all it's gonna be. Bam. Had to refresh, weird. Set swim animation. Layer, swim. Keep it dead simple. Fall animation. This one will be fine. If we're heavy, layer, fall, or light, lights. Otherwise, layer, fall, heavy. That's it. That's what you get for asking him for anything. He'll give you more than you deserve. That's how he operates. Layer, deploy, buoy. Everything else can die. Player, retract. Buoy. Mwahahaha. I guess here we can just do like. Well, no, we can't really. Alright, so we gotta make these animations real quick. Player float, set the sprites. To float. And that's basically it for that. Deploy buoy. Buoy out. That's it for that. And we'll also player animator methods clear bool. Player deploy buoy. Player fall heavy. Sprites. This. Haha. Fall. Get rid of it. Player fall light. Sprites. Yeah. This one. Get rid of that. Player float we got. Player retract buoy. We'll add a little extra spice. And last but not least, player swim. I think that's it for that. Having to press down to gain speed is not really intuitive. You do need a bit to get used to it. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. And I think that's fine. It's kind of a little something to mess around with. If we design the level to sort of teach that, then it won't be that... Oh, shit. Oh, these are all looping, aren't they? It won't be that big of an issue. Okay. These aren't... Oh, because I haven't set it up yet. We got the sprite renderer here. We got the new player stuff here. I guess it is changing. Hang on, let's see what the... Yeah, as good as challenging. Yeah, we want it to be like at least a little bit challenging. You know. Player buoy deploy. Alright, so it should be in... This is interesting. Because we are submerged. New player animation. Oh shit, we have the wrong. We gotta take this player animator off and add new player animator. Let's oh my god. Can I set the overrides, please? Thank you. Now let's go into the actual player itself and move this up so it doesn't bug me. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we always try and do something that is a little different from like the traditional control schemes and things. Something that feels unique. Okay, now it's working. Okay, what is that? I'm in the player float state, however. Why does it say buoy in? It should say float. Why? How did it even change to that? Wait, how did it even change to that? Oh, shit. Why do I have a sprite render? No, I fucked something up. All right. Apply. Ay, caramba. All right. We need a remove property, add property, sprite renderer. Yeah. I did a drag and drop. Deploy buoy out. All right. Heavy. Player. Let's open this up. Okay. That one works. Heavy. That one works. Light. Ball. That one works. Float. That one works. Retract buoy. Yes, we don't want this one. Sprite, renderer. No, 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 no. Sprite renderer, sprites. This one is retract buoy. All right, buoy in. And then swim. Yep, this one's missing too. Sprite renderer, sprite. Swim. Perfect. All right, now let's try it. Let's play max. Float, floating, we're falling. Okay. All right, we didn't have a. We're not getting the buoy retractions and stuff here. So let's grab that. Focus, animator. Let's try this again. All right, we're not getting them because they're getting overridden. So let's just say all of these have an exit time and see what happens, huh? Oh wait, no. I guess it's fine because hang on. Let's go to the animation because the deploy things are just a frame anyway. So if we do deploy buoy and we set it to like, I don't know, 0.2 seconds. Let's copy this, set it here. Okay. And then we'll do the same thing for retract. Copy this, set it here. Now we should at least see it for like a quarter of a second. Oh. Oh, we saw it there. Deploy buoy, retract. All right. Oh, interesting. Retract buoy is never even getting called. Okay. Yeah, it's not getting called at all. Oh, because I misspelt it. Fuck. Where's my special little girl? Oops. Accidentally typing in chat. Okay, sick. What's going on here? That actually doesn't look right. So we go, oh, interesting. We go into the fall state before the retract buoy state. Oh my goodness. Look at you. Oh, I need to see that on the camera. Oh. Oh. Okay. I need to see what's actually going on here. Whoa. The fall and the retract buoy state are on at the same time, and I guess we don't want that. This is so jank. I don't think you guys can see just how adorable she looks in my lap right now. Let me see if I can capture it. Oh, there in her. Look at her. Oh. Oh. He's just all cozied up. Yeah, yeah. This. She is having such a. It's been a long day for her. Yeah, thanks. That's interesting, though. Animator seems to be working, which is good. I do like a. Oh wait, I forgot to set these to be like deploy buoy is not gonna loop. Retract buoy is not gonna loop. The rest of these I guess are. Alright, I think this is fine. Okay. And then let's just do da, 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 da. Okay. And then we get this last move vector here. Okay. We can actually just do this here. Player controller dot move direction is equal to 2, 3 left. This dot sprite render flip x equal to true. Otherwise, it's equal to. Oh my god! Rainoid! I didn't know you were streaming. I hear you've been spoiling Pomo with some Drinkle's dubstep, or Dwingly dubstep. Dwingled, I forget what they're called. And I even said some of the lines. It's false. Else. And then we do the exact same thing here. We'll just get really nasty with it. I'm writing some of the worst code of my life. Hope you're here for the ride. Vector 3 left. A lot of like empty thoughts, duplicate code kind of day. Uh-oh. Hang on, I'll get there in a sec. What do you got for me, Brainoid? Oh.
Dwingles?
Dwingles.
Woo! This feels like it could be in like an MLG sort of compo.
Dwingles.
You gave him too many samples, Pomo. The Wingles. Oh, nice. What happened is you've acquired yourself an audio trophy contender, my friend. That is fucking excellent. When is the Dwingles merch job dropping? Yeah, Pomo, get on that shit. Mister, I'll be done by Friday. Fucking excellent. It was done on Friday. Uh-huh. Okay. Alright. Let's just see if these flips work, hey? Oh, I didn't get the whoops. Should we get the rest of Dwingle me? Nah, I think they're busy right now. Unfortunately. I know what they would and wouldn't be up for, and yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. There's something going on with Can't wait to see how the app turns into. Yeah, you know how our jams go. We do have a little sneak peek though. We have Steven's working on a scene called Steven's Water Park. So this is what the things that we're going to be jumping into are going to look like. They got all these little bubbles. They're a little goopian. You think so? You think so? All of our other shaders have worked on WebGL. Steven's good at this shit. Okay. Let's see. Let's add this scene. And I'll just go to Stevens Water Park. We'll build it. Kobe Buoyant. I was about to put together a new build anyway. Get better fonts. I'm willing to bet this is probably going to work. How the hell do your fonts not work in WebGL? What fonts are you using? We have never had an issue with fonts. Are you using Text Mesh Pro? I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second. What the hell are you doing to your text? I haven't tested my game builds yet. I'll leave the stress for tomorrow's, Mark. Oh, Jesus. Oh, you like to play with fire, don't you, Mark? Oh, my God. I hope it works. Wants to download shit these days. Yeah. See, Mastiff's got the pro IT strats. Oh, she's twitching. Here. Just got one eye kind of open while she's sleeping. Are you awake? Sorry. 2:30 a.m. and I'm playing an unfinished game. I envy that. Yee. Yee. I didn't realize it was so late for you, Jonas. Oh, big straw. Did that pick up on camera? That was so cute. Kobe Buoyant, still building. It's because I added another scene. This is going to take a while. You can play the current build on the pinned comments. I'll be updating it momentarily. Well, I'll be updating it with something unplayable for a couple of seconds just to prove to Pomo that Steven Shader is going to work. And then I'll update it with the actual better build. Not even a better build. I've mostly been fucking around with making an animation skeleton so that when Andrew gets the character creator, or not the character creator, the character sprites in, I'll be able to slot them right in there. It's looking dope. We had to simplify the character a bit just for simplicity's sake for animations. The simplest shader on the click on fish water sprite didn't work on WebGL. Are you serious? Oh, prepare. You're about to enter the tilted towers, Pomo. Here we go. Well, first I gotta zip it. Kobe shader. This file will be played in browser. Save. So all it has is Steven's scene here. Let's see what happens. How you doing, Pomo? How you going? Steven knows what he's doing, man. It's a nice WebGL shader I got there, eh? Almost about to dwindle all over the place. All right, now let's make an actual build. I couldn't tell you what Steven does differently, but we've been doing this for the past dozen Ludum Dare jams, and he's developed an understanding of what does and doesn't work in WebGL. I still have no idea what you're doing with your fonts. Even I've never had font issues in WebGL. The only time I've had font issues in WebGL was when I think I was using traditional text elements and they didn't auto scale for WebGL or something like that. There was some issue with auto scaling. We don't run into that anymore. But I've never had fonts just straight up not display on WebGL. Probably looks better than the Zelda Echoes of Water shading. Maybe. But we're not running like a whole ass game world at the same time, so maybe we can afford to be fancier. It's fine, you can fix it in submission hour. Right. Maybe it's the way you create the font. If you just use like the text mesh like asset creator, that should be fine. I just use the default values for that. I just open up the file, open up the text mesh pro like asset creator, drag the font, and then just be like, go. Why is it black? Why? You can't just ask a font why it's black, Pomo. Check what shit did you send me? You did send me something on Discord. Brother. I don't want to waste too much time on this, but I would love for you to like send me that font asset and I just show you it working perfectly on my Unity. But I don't want to waste that time right now. I don't know what you're doing to those fonts, man. I have no idea. I'm doing nothing, bro. Clearly you are. I told them the encounter that we just had, Pomo. Said Pomo called BS on Steven's water shader working in WebGL. Andrew, what a punk. I made a build and put it on the link for 30 seconds to prove him wrong. It works flawlessly. LOL dunked. Steven, yeah, Pomo is just a bitch. Hello, Verilog. Unfortunately, I'm not using Godot. I am using a Unity. I would like to learn Godot at some point. Go be animator for real. This file will be played in browser. Hide this one. Say go. Well, ChatGPT says you might have the font color set to black or a missing incorrect material. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with that font, man. Stay away from Godot. Unity is better at 3D. We mostly just make 2D stuff though, honestly. We just happen to use 3D assets and like a 3D camera perspective, but like the movement and the things that we generally do are two-dimensional. All right. New builds up. won't really know. I can't really tell if these animations are working until I get Andrew's stuff in it, I think. It'll probably be a little jank, but it'll be fine. I don't know why the buoy in has such a... You know what? Let me try something. No exit time. No exit time. And then maybe also if I just zoom, do that. The same thing with this. Okay, I think it'll be good for you though. At the moment, Godot's crashing a lot. Oh, that's a shame. Alright, let's set those exit times back. Ow. Thank you. Alright, we need to get rid of her food so she doesn't eat stale food. I'll read on that YouTube. Implementation.